looks like it just did. Let's try this again. Okay, sweet. Whew. Give you a dwarf? All right, so I got 2 dwarfs. I got a dragon and a dwarf. That I got a dwarf. Easy enough. Easy enough. Speaking of living and hungering, let me just check when the next ad's gonna roll. So I don't want to dive in and then immediately get slammed with an ad. All right, in 24 minutes, I think we can handle that. Hey, Twitch chat! Hey, YouTube chat, you guys want to play some video games? I have means to create different channels for recording. Not in the format that I want it to. And not in the way that I want it to. So, no, it doesn't, actually. Unless it was added last night, no, it doesn't. Because the most recent versions do not have the features that I want in the format that I want in the way that I want. So, Twitch chat. It's time to say hi, YouTube. And YouTube chat. Hope you're doing well. I do have 2 dwarves to name when we get in game, so I'm just going to give you guys the brief rundown. The idea of this fort is there is one true religion, which is the Dead Communion. At this point, whenever we get a migrant wave, I expel any dwarf that doesn't worship the god based on that religion, or alternatively have left their original religion. Today, we're going to work on that, and we're going to work towards that goal of removing anybody who isn't directly related to that religion. Okay? Well, not removing, but like removing them from, you know, having rights, shall we say. As far as when are we going to start sacrificing goblins to the Volcano god, that's a good question. Today I'm also building a giant machine that is designed to spray lava upwards. Hopefully it'll work. I don't know. It might not. It probably won't, but it might. We'll see. If it does, that'd be cool. So, if it doesn't work, I have a backup plan on how to make it work. That's the other side effect, is if it doesn't work the way I want it to work, it's okay. I have a backup plan. So, who's ready, chat? Who's ready to dive in? Let's go. And YouTube chat, Aki Thornton, Kedomes, and Dat Boy Grant, and Rock Sauce are all here. Although Rock Sauce may have left. Not sure if they're still here. First of Granite, early spring. That's Fire Orb. Okay, I've got too many save files. God damn. Is it really First of Granite? Did I really, like, finish playing right after the game saved? It's kind of amazing, actually. Okay, well, let's dive into Goretusk. Why? What could possibly go wrong with the lava machine? Worst case scenario, you just get some fireworks. So, Cossack, who was the first to redeem a dwarf today, wants to be a dragon. So I'm going to give Cossack a dragon. There's also a ghost I need to deal with. So I'm going to go with one of the dragons that has, like, a full title. Maybe, like, somebody like this. Or perhaps... Actually, is my military out right now? No, they aren't. Okay. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Let's go with... this one. This is Cole the Inconsiderate, who is now going to be nicknamed... How do you spell that name? A-C-K. Is the name of this dragon. Is the pet of glass half empty, is impervious to the effects of stress, very greedy, has a strong need to pay back any favor done for him, is given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction, won't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise, lives a fast-paced life, tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and isn't particularly curious about the world. He doesn't tend to hold on to grievances and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and doesn't often feel envious of others, and has little interest in joking around and is getting used to tragedy. So that's this dragon. I can't read anything else about them because they're a dragon. But they're a citizen of our civilization, so thumbs up. How many dragons are there? I haven't counted, to be honest. Most of them are hunting dragons. So how many is it per page? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 24 dragons is what we have currently. We did lose a couple of dragons, but we're at 24 currently. And then the next one is our good friend here. Dulkin wants a dwarf. Dulkin, what kind of dwarf do you want to dwarf it to be? I hope that registered. And then we'll go through and read everybody. See who's here in the fort. Enjoy your D&D. Don't D&D these too hards. Have fun. Daramund, hello, in YouTube chat. So, chat room. Is Dulkin here? Earth to Dulkin. Weaponsmiths? Do you just want this guy at the top here, then? The happiest? There we go. If that works, thumbs up. You do worship the incorrect god, though, so be aware of this. Yep, cat. Also, Narc. Thanks for a 6th month. Welcome back. It's good to have you. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Narc? He's quite ambitious and has little interest in joking around. He isn't particularly curious about the world and acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He isn't given to flights of fancy. And I just remembered something. I have to update a command. Isn't given to flights of fancy, and he likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He has a greedy streak, and he tends to be a little tight with when working on projects. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, and he can handle stress. He stiffens up when he's surprised, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at bad weather. And he doesn't really care about anything anymore. And he dreams of mastering a skill and personally values good craftsmanship and prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity. Doesn't care about nature one way or another, and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important, and doesn't really value merrymaking. This dwarf would be good in the military, I think. Likes earthicase, gold, and yellow sespertine, as well as desert tortoise bone, the color saffron and gems, and leather armor, and anvils and sangreros for their amazing arms. And when possible, prefers to consume rye beer and tapir's milk and whip vine flour, and absolutely hates bats. He's tough, patient, he has poor intuition, he is ambitious and humorless. I am actually going to throw you into the military if I have a free spot somewhere. There you are. Welcome to the military, Dwarf. All right, so the command I need to update is the characters command. Dwarf is the exact opposite of you. I mean, it either hits the nail on the head or it couldn't be more wrong. It's usually one of the two. So the dwarves in the fort that are named are a devilish potato, alien slayer, amethyst, Asmil, whose hair, that's one of the ones I need to name. Okay, hold on. I'm just updating this command. Okay, so we've got all the way up to Hair, who has big funny hair, Bastet, Bonesaw, Budgie, and Bumfire, as well as Celistaris, Corvius Suede, Cow, and Darius Cardrin, Dominoc, Dulkin, and Elfie Bean, Irma Luck, Gazoom, and Glass Half Empty, as well as Grandpa, and Groot, and Him Go Fast, Hunter Meyer, and Ilmirin, who is the mayor, who's also pissed, by the way, JJ, and Kyokyo Doka and Mass Morass, as well as Narc and No Banner Flags and Ranger Rick. Salvador, Semtexagon and Shark Jumping Walrus, Sideburns and Stone Grip and Tillen Artho, and the Sacred Salvation, aka the Elephant Tender, our founder, and UGDPY and V, as well as Wizard Birdman and Yoshi. Welcome to the fort. Okay, so I've updated the exclamation point characters command and I added hair to the list. And as a reminder, if you subscribe to me at tier 2 on Twitch, you can probably use a command, which is exclamation point Dwarf, to nominate yourself or others to be dwarfed. Just as a reminder. Not dead, yes. Can confirm, not dead. I just want to cut this out a little bit, make it look a little nicer. All right, so this is the fortress. This is the front door. The machine that I'm working on is this. I'm not sure if it's going to work yet, but the worst case scenario is it doesn't work. The idea here is we have minecarts going around at Mach 10, and the minecarts will, go up and down really quickly, and that would speed up the minecarts to very, very, very high velocities, with the hope being they'll, spray lava mist everywhere. That's the hope. Darius would like to nominate its Golem for Dwarf being a Dwarf, and its Golem gifted 10 gift subs earlier today. So if you think that its Golem deserves a sub, you can vote yay or no. Random goal suggestion, create a wholesome... here's the thing. Random goal suggestion, ban the person who mentions that shit. See you later. I enjoy not being on my channel anymore. There's some just things that will not be tolerated. I don't know if that's worth a permanent ban, but being a person who mentions crappy things from the game's history just makes the whole mood come down. I'll remove the permanent ban, but seriously, I will still give you a 30-minute timeout. You hear ban, you type. It's in the YouTube chat, it's fine. Anyway, so it seems that we are naming its Golem. Chat, what kind of dwarf do you think we should give to its Golem? Because I don't think he's here anymore. He might still be here. I'll say Potpourri. What's up? Good day, Diamond. Good day. Someone in the right religion? Could go with my my Mark's Dwarf Commander. Yeah, well, they said have a good stream, so I assume he left. How about this lad? How about this lad, chat? What do you think? I'd become its. He is bored by reality and would much rather disappear utterly and forever into a world of made-up fantasy. He does not generally seek retribution for past wrongs, and he tends to be passive in discussions. He tries to do things correctly each time and doesn't handle stress well. And he is moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He can easily fall in love or develop positive sentiments and is troubled by this because he holds romance in a low regard. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he can sometimes act without deliberation. He is brave in the face of imminent danger and often acts with compassion. He isn't particularly curious about the world and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, though he wishes this were not the case. He considers altruism foolish and doesn't seek out excitement, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Night-night, sentient potat. How can people make dwarves clean the floor? You have a lot of blood and vomit, and some of it at my food stockpile, and I fear that it can do something bad to the fortress. It doesn't really do anything negative to the fortress having blood and vomit everywhere. But like it is aesthetically kind of nasty. Usually if there's blood and vomit everywhere, it means that things are already going bad. It's not the blood and vomit's fault. It's usually the fact that stuff's already gone bad. They will eventually clean it up if it's in your fortress near built constructions, but if it's outdoors and you want it cleaned up, I would recommend putting a blank stockpile on it, because then they'll consider it part of the fortress, and then they'll go clean it up. Personally finds romance distasteful, sees sacrifices wasteful and foolish, and sees working hard as a waste of time, and doesn't really value merrymaking, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He likes ash glaze and electrum and blue jade and the color sandy taupe, bolts and hatch covers and earrings and words of the diamonds of depth, and the sight of the couple of bewildering, and when possible prefers to consume whip wine, and hates slugs. I also hate slugs. I killed 2 this morning. He has a pet KB boar, you terrible person, and you're a member of the Dead Communion. But there's no way to just like click a thing and be like, Dwarf, clean this now, okay, thanks. There isn't a way to do that. I think I'm going to increase the quality range of clothing that is allowed in this stockpile to clean up more of this stuff. Which, you know, might make some dwarves upset, but it is what it is. Dulcan, how are you currently? You're going to go pick up equipment, speaking of such things. Some badgers enter the fortress and eat your food and then vomit, and then you killed the badgers? I mean, you could prevent badgers from getting into the fortress by, like, they're probably vomiting from drinking your alcohol, by putting in cage traps around the front of your fortress or weapon traps around the front of your fortress. You have to keep the badgers out. Is it not that bad? No. Well, they're eating your food, which is bad. But it's up to you to manage and maintain this. I don't really want them taking this route, so I'm going to put a wall here. But chat room, so it's up to you guys what dwarf we follow, if there's a particular dwarf you'd like us to follow. So if you have a request for a dwarf that you'd like me to follow, let me know in chat, as I continue to slowly pretty up parts of the fortress. We checking on the elephant tender? Sure, I think they're really pissed off. Let's go here. Don't have much nice. Let's go down here and just do quartzite. I'm just queuing up a bunch of build jobs first. Kind of perpetually just need more nice. And perpetually have too much quartzite right now. I also think it's really interesting that I've managed to almost completely run out of plump helmets. Which is fine, we've just completely converted to surface drinks. We're making cranberry wine, blueberry wine, and bilberry wine. And I think there's another one. Which is its own kind of weird brand of fun. And the reason the population hasn't grown faster, we'd probably be over 200 by now, but I've been expelling like 80% of the dwarves that migrate here, so, you know, it's a very slow progression right now, but we'll get there. We're up to 18 worshippers, I think. All right. Have we bred any elephants yet? Good question. The male elephant isn't quite old enough yet. He's 10 years old, so at some point this year, he'll become full grown. And then that can start happening. Exclamation point goal tells you the year. I think it was 365, but if you type in exclamation point goal, it'll tell you the year. No, sorry, I was wrong on the elephant. It's the mayor who's pissed. The elephant tender is in great moods, great spirits. Feels pleasure while performing. Created an artifact not too long ago. And obviously has a wonderful bedroom, you know. and is putting away her exceptional new clothing items, which, you know, she's very happy. Very, very happy. But let's check for you, since you haven't typed in the command. Years 365 was correct. But this year, Dwarf is, you know, doing a lot of reciting poetry to the military. Kind of weird in a way, but I respect it. Probably crying with happiness, which is quite common. Saw a dwarf tell the story of the ascension of Kivish in the story of Kivish, basic seal to the position of queen of the Iron of Power in the year 30. So dwarven history. At the Crystalline Tusk, and I find this somewhat admirable. I don't see them crying anywhere. I mean, if they had tears, it's not uncommon for dwarves to cry during euphoria. It's actually quite common. Dwarves generally cry after drinking alcohol. So I'm training up my military to be able to assault the goblins once again. This dwarf here is now conducting a meeting, which is interesting that they don't do it in their office. Empathy while being cried on by an unhappy worshiper. Wants to practice a craft pretty damn badly, though, but isn't assigned to any specific tasks. I think I'm going to give the elephant tender a specific crafts workshop and let them make a figurine of their god once a month. How's that sound? We'll put it in here. I shouldn't make it out of gold. Blocks. What do I have for blocks? Let's make it out of microcline. Everything is confusing now. I've heard this. Yeah, that Twitch has a new app, and it's very TikTok-alike now. It's more aimed at kids and modern app design. Is it still possible to find streams that you like to watch easily, though? I haven't even updated it, so just got into the stream. Where'd those dragons come from? I stole them from the goblins. They're cave dragons and can't breathe fire. What exactly is a cave walker, Darmond? So this is going to be assigned to my elephant tender, the expedition leader. What kind of crafts should they make? I think it could be like... when they're convenient. In different situations, ramps are convenient over stairs. Are you heading in a direction horizontally? Use ramps. Are you heading in a direction vertically? Use stairs. Usually hallways or longer pathways that are horizontal, I'll use ramps. There isn't really a method or logic to it. It's just I do it when it seems right. We'll just get them to make one per month, because that's plenty. I won't take too long. And it's going to be... Oopsies. It's weird how it backs out to that menu instead of this one. It's going to be an image of Yugath. Yugathed it. So they're going to make one rock figurine per month. And there's also a snatcher, apparently? Oh. Cool. So earlier there was a question about badgers and blood. Yeah, just do this. Just set up some cage traps, and then you'll get animal training things. It pushes recommendations a lot harder now, and they aren't even framed as recommendations. It just shows you a list of channels. Yeah, that seems unfinished. Somebody I know was messing around with it, and they said that all of the channels it was recommending had the, not, parental advisory warning that is optional that we can set, what's it called? We can say, hey, we talk about drugs in this channel, or hey, we talk about alcohol in this channel, and then it puts, a warning up, and all of the recommendations were just those warnings, which I thought was kind of funny. But yeah, I haven't looked into it too much. I've never been a very heavy Twitch app user ever since I quit my last job. I haven't really ever used the app. I used to use it back then, but not in a long time. Making masterpiece cloths and cooking masterpieces. Lots of sparring. Dragon was fighting, probably with some random snatcher. So we do, in fact, have goblins in cages, which is fun. I would also like to get rid of these 2 gloves, please. And, you know, the amount of clothing here is expanding. And I can go to the dump stuff thing and, you know, just increase the quality that's being thrown in. And also these. So dwarves are now dumping stuff. We get thrown away and dealt with. This is the easiest way to just deal with used, unclaimed clothing. Of course, dwarves would claim it, but I'd rather just keep the dwarves making the clothes. The only problem is now we have less stuff to sell, but it's fine. We also have these statues of elephants slowly getting constructed everywhere. And my dungeon master needs a office, so I think we'll work on that. So chat room, when do you use ramps versus stairs, since Meso asked? But we're going to expand this office here. I like to use ramps for big descending entryways and relatively flat surface. I think the only time that you need to use ramps is if you're planning to have traders come in that route, because that's the only time it's like necessary. If you need to handle wagons, yeah, like I said, that's the only time it's actually necessary. It's usually all stairs. Big multi-layer entrance hallway. Yeah. I know a lot of people are just like, oh, it's just an aesthetics thing. But yeah, I mean, it can be a mechanics thing. How you doing, Ranger Rick? How is things? Part of the reason my mayor is upset is because they've wanted this nickel weapon rack for forever. And to my knowledge, I have no zinc. Anything. Like, so, I don't know. I could import some zinc, but I'm kind of just hoping they'll forget about it. Never use ramps, save to dig. I like using ramps. I don't know. They look cool. You build artificial caverns. I like doing that too. It's been a while since I've done that, but it is fun to do that. All right, let's go back to the elephant tender, see how you're doing. Curious about when the first... Well, actually, why don't we just say, make a rock amulet when you wake up. And of course, do you have a bunch of dragons assigned to you? Of course, Ilmirin is just sitting here and waiting. Wants to complain about something. Do have a grand bedroom at the very least, and a royal throne room. Yeah, building artificial caverns is always kind of a fun thing to do. Just spaces that look like natural growing places for the large trees in the caverns is always fun. Oh shit, I really need to make a better hospital. I keep on saying this, and I'm going to just keep on saying that. I need to make a better hospital. Also need to check on power for the coming from that heavy aquifer. But let's see. Does this deal with your need to craft an object? You'll end up with very strong dwarves from all that digging. That only happens if they're manually hauling stuff. Does mining still train strength? Because I know calling boulders does. Do you want to keep watching your fort and admire all the cave dragons going throughout the day? Well, thank you. I have some migrants. You worship the wrong god. Be gone, Dwarf. Sorry, but you must be gone. How about you? You also worship the wrong god. Be gone, Dwarf. How about you? Okay, well, you're the one I just expelled. Who's next? Ironically, the goal of this faction was to save... The goal of this fort was to save this faction to a degree, and I'm probably doing almost more damage to it by just expelling all of these dwarves. You are a disciple. Welcome to the fort. Because I know that hauling boulders gives strength, and that training mining can give some fighting skill. Because when they go to hit stuff with a pickaxe, they use the mining skill and not fighting skills. Like if, you know. I wonder. It might. There you go. You've got somebody who worships the correct god. Dwarves love CrossFit. Well, they do actually like being in the military and like boxing and stuff. She's incurious and never seeks knowledge or information to satisfy herself and has a strong sense of duty, though she still views loyalty in a dim light. At least in the abstract. She's often nervous and has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others. Dreams of raising a family. Low empathy, good memory. Dutiful. I'm going to toss you into the military there, Dwarf. What you? Ah, you worship the wrong god. Be gone, Dwarf. You're getting somewhere, though. There you go. It's another one. Still say this word looks wrong no matter how I write it. You're tough and have good memory. Impolite and inconsiderate of property, often envious of others. Doesn't mind tumult. Presents herself modestly. Dreams of mastering a skill. Sees competition as reasonably important. Nish, welcome to the military. This dwarf boxes instead of fucks. This dwarf wassels. Got a leather worker here. He's not bothered in the slightest. What? Ooh, you worship somebody interesting. The Rainy Communion. I don't know that god. Okosh. I mean, I'm still going to expel you. I just want to know what your god is. The god of thunder. Apparently we have 8 worshippers of the god of thunder. Only one member of this religion. That's pretty cool. It's like, that's kind of cool. Be gone. I nod. Just continues. So the leader of the fortress, who is the mayor, left their religion. They're one of the old dwarves from a previous fort. And the leader of the religion is the original expedition leader of this fortress. A bunch of humans that showed up in your fort while it was retired, and now they won't leave. They're listed as hostile, but aren't aggressive, and your dwarves don't attack them. Use DF hack and exterminate them. They probably are actually hostile to your fort. They're probably part of a faction that's at war with you. They'll probably get killed when, what's it called? They'll probably get killed when... Cannot expel... or send away. Reason nobility. How are you nobility? Is it because you have 2 children here? 1, 2. There you go. Now I can expel you. Children weren't on the map yet. You're a member of the Fellowship of Flowers. That's an interesting god name. How about your wife? They both worship the wrong god. Sorry, dwarves. But yeah, I've had some, like, units hang around post-reclaim before. I don't know, it doesn't really bother me. Got sieged by a human faction, nothing happened. They're probably friendly with those humans. They're spies. I mean, you could probably tell your military to kill them. In fact, I almost guarantee you can tell your military to kill them. On Metropolis, 1998 game got another article on PC Gamer. I think they might be excited for it. You know that you are? Oh, what, the little city builder de-trafficking thing? All right, so we're up to 104 dwarves. The population grows slowly. So I think the next thing I would like to check in on is this, which is the water. Man, this thing is filling so slowly. It'll get there, though. I mean, it'll get there, slowly. Once it hits about 4 deep, it'll start turning, probably. Don't mind this dwarf. That's Zathan. Zathan kind of... Hold on, somebody's knocking on my door. One sec. Telos is installing cables in my building, but I don't want to have people working in my unit for an hour right now. So, we'll go here. Okay, so I do need to engrave that slab to get rid of that ghost. So I think that's what we'll do next. Because believe it or not, it's really distracting to just have somebody, like, talking in your unit while you're working. But hello, Zombie Mike. I think their name was Zatan. There you are. That was the ghost, right? Yeah, there you are. Something else that I think would make for a really fun video in the future is some of you might remember back in Halloween, I did a fortress where I wasn't allowed to memorialize any dwarves. I think that that would be a really fun thing to do on a hunted biome, because it would literally just be a slasher film. It wouldn't last that long either. Because there's just a point where it's like, there's so much death that you actually can't visually keep up with it anymore. So we should definitely try and do something like that around October again. All right, we're still making mechanisms. That's good. I'm not worried, J. Martin. Don't worry. I'm glad you're back. Welcome back. So I need a way of starting these minecarts. I'm thinking about maybe... because I could literally just place them. But I think that this might be easier. For me, anyway. Why is there a hole on the right near the track? Won't it derail? Because I'm not finished building it. That's why there's a hole on the right. The reason all of this stuff is still like this is because it's not done being built. I mean, I need to build walls in there, build all the way along here, build all the way along here, and build all the way along here, and build a wall there. Like, it's just not finished yet. Because there was a bunch of different ore around here when I started building it. So I had to mine all that out. I'm more concerned about liquids sloshing around derailing it, though. Because this is going to all be full of lava eventually. And all the lava is going to come in from here. So, you know, fun things to work on, one piece at a time. But yeah, right now, a lot of the questions about this is just going to be because it's going to be, you know, because it's not done yet. Also that one, we can pause for a bit so I can try and get that boulder out of there. What death trap's this going to be? So the theory is minecarts moving through lava really quickly make lava mist go up. My theory is that if I fill this mostly up with lava and run minecarts through it really quickly, it'll spray lava mist up through these grates. That's my theory. So my hope is that it'll make a consistent cloud of mist coming up through here. Although now that I'm looking at it, it may also like set my Marks dwarves on fire, which might be a problem. But we'll work with it. But yeah, that is my hope, and what I'm trying to build. Because I think it would be really cool to look at, and that's the goal with most of my defense systems, is that I just want them to be cool to look at. Because, you know, as with everything, I have to stare at it, because I made it. Although I should actually put a wall along back here. We'll just do it this way instead. Do I have to use an exploit to get minecarts moving fast enough? Not what I would consider an exploit, but we'll see if they're going to go fast enough before I fill it up. I think I only have 3. Yep. I also can't remember what directions I had these going. So there's that. I think it was going this way and then this way. But I could just have it backwards. Don't worry about it. Yeah, don't worry about it. Like I said earlier, I have a backup plan that I know for a fact will work if this doesn't. So. If the ghost is friendly, will it still traumatize the dwarf? There is no such thing as a friendly ghost. Those do not exist. You know, if you call it a gas chamber, it's going to get comparisons to historical gas chambers, which will make it awful and then make horrible references constantly. Am I building a gas chamber? No. I'm building a lava mist generator. Come on. Let's not turn this into the Holocaust, please. If you do that, I might have to remove you. I don't want to do that. Do you consider the whole energy creation system an exploit? Water is easy to be made too easy? If a system is using the way it's intended to be used, it's not an exploit. If you're using machines that do things that the game is intending, that's not an exploit. It's using the systems that you are given to create a machine. Now, I would consider impulse ramps an exploit. And the reason I would consider impulse ramps an exploit is because you're using ramps and tracks in a method that they're not intended. That's my difference between an exploit and an intended mechanic. You don't have to agree with it. You can use whatever you feel is, like, you know, a legitimate mechanism. Any dwarf with a beard. Yep. How does Dodok seem to you? You do worship the wrong god, though. Okay. Moose. You value sacrifice and you're easily stressed and you're wasteful. You recover slowly, you're weak, and you're bad with words. You're hauling an obsidian mechanism and currently constructing that lever that I had set to construct. You're irritated upon wearing old clothing, and you have old shoes, is the issue. He becomes helpless in stressful situations after seeing a goblin's dead body in 371. He is not careful with resources when working on projects, and he often spends unnecessary effort. He is great trouble when mastering fear when confronted by danger, and he is very greedy, and he doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he is slow to trust others. He often feels lustful, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He likes a little excitement now and again, and he tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally values sacrifice. He likes marble and tin and praise and giant cardinal tooth, hemp fabric and large gems, yaks for their shaggy hair, and seahorses for their unusual shape, and the words of the diamonds of depth and the sound of the flute of sweetness, and when possible, and the flute of sweetness and the sight of the glittery style, and when possible prefers to consume giant mantis and plum wine, and absolutely hates slugs. He has greasy hair and a long beard which is braided, and worships Coulson, and is friends with two dwarves, and is a member of the Weaponsmiths and Metalsmiths Guild. Welcome to the fort. You know, the infinite power generators where you just like use pumps to fill up water. I mean, to me, I consider those an exploit. I don't use them. I also find that they don't work that well in the current version. They used to work a lot better. The reason I find they don't work that well in the current version is because they tend to evaporate quite quickly, which I find just more annoying than they're worth. But plenty of people still use them. I don't. But I'm not saying you can't. Like, it's a single-player game. You doing something that I think is cheesy and not fun because of that doesn't damage my game. So you do what you want to do. Why would I consider mist generators a exploit? Mist generators are the way the game is intended to, is like literally an artifact of the way pumps work, right? Pumps pump water that is to depth or deeper, right? So water falling creates mist. Water going in a circle around mist generators creates mist. Why is that an exploit? For me, I don't use the infinite power pumps because it's just so easy to create rivers like this, and I think rivers look better. So I would rather use rivers because, one, I think they look better, and two, I find them more efficient than infinite power generators. Infinite power generators are a little cheesy to me, but I just don't like using them because I find them awkward and inconvenient and inconsistent because the water tends to evaporate. I don't really think of them as an exploit. I mean, they could be considered an exploit, but I don't really think of them as an exploit. The only thing that I really consider an exploit in this entire discussion is impulse ramps. I do think impulse ramps are an exploit, and I don't like using them. What energy creation I prefer? Whatever's the most convenient at the time. If I'm above ground and there's no water around, wind. If I'm underground and there's an aquifer close by, water. Or if there's a river close by, then water. It's a convenience thing. Yeah, I mean, like, if you just need power in a very specific small spot and you only need like 400 power, yeah, sure, using a water generator might be a good solution. I don't think that will ever be a good solution for me personally, because I'd rather just have one centralized system that generates a fuckload of power consistently. And whenever I do make like water wheel generators, I find that they tend to just break, and because they like, how do I word this? Because they evaporate. So like if they didn't evaporate, then sure, I'd use them, but they evaporate, so I don't really use them. What is this power needed for? Minecarts. See, the reason I don't like using impulse generators or impulse ramps is because it requires building minecarts in an unnatural way, and I think that they're ugly. There are other ways to get minecarts going as fast as impulse ramps without using impulse ramps. And I'd rather do that. Oh, looks like my hunting cave dragons have decided to murder every single muskox simultaneously. Which is kind of funny. And it appears that they got them. So that's good. Shoutouts to my cave dragons. A little quiet, but no complaints. Devilish. So the cave dragons are doing their jobs, Rock Sauce. It's what they were trained to do. Also, apparently I've got one in a cage, which I will train and then eat. Although nobody's butchering it. We'll see. See if I missed anything. But yeah, I don't like using wind generation just because it requires a lot more space than water tends to. Water is a lot more discrete and easier to do underground, which is why I don't do as much wind generation. Wind generation is just less convenient. I think that in above ground forts, wind generation can be great, but it requires planning specifically for it, and I find that this kind of thing generally is more consistent for me, which is why I stick to it. And also, if you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm closing this bridge so this fills up with water, and once it's full of water, then I can then release it and it'll just turn the power on immediately. Should have done this beforehand and just prepped for it, but you know how when you issue a build order it starts to flash when someone is coming and doing it? Do bridges do that? No, but when you click on the item, because only designations and like dig orders, only designations flash. Build orders, if you click on the build order, like for a lever, it'll put a little exclamation point if someone's coming to do it, and it'll say construction. Like it won't. Actually, hold on here. Let me just show you. It's easier if I just show you. If you build a thing, it says construction inactive. When it says waiting for construction, somebody's doing it. That's the exact wording. Dwarf is pissed. Is what it is, though. You did want a pissed off dwarf. I should make a clothing stockpile somewhere. Clothing and jewelry, I think. And I think I'm going to maybe connect it right here even. Like down beneath this area. Let's plop it right there. Just do it down here. And also, hello, Dominoc. Your dwarf's still alive and happy. One of the happier dwarves in the fort, actually. Sacred Seal. You do really want to pray to your god, but, you know, something's keeping you happy in here, so that's good. All right, probably don't need to make it this big, to be honest. So I will designate and then shrink it based on where I want it. So in YouTube chat, Brandon here was asking me to recreate mermaid hotels, which is one of the most horrifically disgusting portions of Dwarf Fortress history. And if they're going, oh no, I don't know why I was banned. Well, okay. And if you know why you were banned, then cool. Do better next time. If you can't do better, why didn't you get a warning? Because of what the fuck you said. And also, I did give you a warning. It was a 30-minute ban. If you didn't get a warning, it would have been a permanent ban. Is the movie winning? You mean like is the video doing well? Yeah, it's doing great. Yeah, and I don't care what you want me to create, Brandon. You got the ban for a reason. You can accept the warning as a warning, and if you keep pestering me about this subject and making excuses, it will be a permanent ban, and it'll happen really soon. You got your warning. Grow up. That's the last thing I'm saying on this subject. But yeah, the movie's doing great. I'm quite happy with it. Google it, Yuri. And drop the subject. It's your whole job to do here. Think the mist generator is very fitting for a death cult? Yeah, there you go. But yeah, literally only designations flash, like digging designations and whatnot, or hacking down trees and such like that. Not really, OctoRocket. I don't really play in ASCII. I mean, I'll swap over to ASCII temporarily to show people what it looks like, but that's about it. I use it more like a visualizer. I don't really have any desire to intentionally nerf the possible size of my audience as a creator. That would be a silly thing to do. I still like the way ASCII looks. It looks nice, but there's no real point to play it that way because it just intentionally limits your audience. And unfortunately, I have to not do that. Morning, Chad. How's you? It's almost afternoon here. Hour off of afternoon, in fact. It's also to pay. Only snow. Although I find snow painful to look at with the graphics on as well, so it's kind of an either here nor there thing. Like, snow is just like these lines, and if they cover the entire map and the map is flat, it can be hard to look at, like this. Like, try staring at that without going cross-eyed for, like, more than 10 minutes. Yeah. So for me, it's like, I don't mind ASCII. I think ASCII actually looks really nice in a lot of situations, especially in the caverns. But, you know. You just say morning. Okay, so you operate under internet time. Which is, it's morning when you log in and good night when you log off, regardless of the time of day of where you currently are situated. So, Brandon, if you say the word mermaid one more time in my chat, Elfie Bean has full permission to permanently ban you. Okay? Can we just move on from the subject, please? Thanks. You had a warning. You're very, very dense and incapable of understanding a thing called a warning. It's not that friggin' complicated, dude. You're welcome to be a member of this community, but you gotta understand a warning. They're just, weirdly obsessed with mass murder. That's all. Normal internet things. I played a traditional roguelike last night, Octorocket, in YouTube chat. It's the reason that I'm not allowed to blend YouTube and Twitch chat here on Twitch. That's why. And you get flashed by DF snow. You get flashbanged by DF snow. Yeah, I'd believe it if you had an OLED monitor. Yeah, that would be pretty brutal. That being said, looking at ASCII Underground would be beautiful on an OLED. Like an OLED would look awesome. Looking at like Underground, just all the like the red trees for like the bloodthorns and whatnot. That'd be rad. You know what? Hey, YouTube chat. If I can get like more than 3 people giving me a thumbs up in a row, I'll just give that person what they want. It's up to you guys. We'll let YouTube chat vote on what we do here. Got some custom medals working? Not the heart button, like literal thumbs up emojis. If you guys just want them gone, I'll make them gone. Helps workify your brain. Yay, I'm glad. There's 2 reasons why. Also, that person's gone. There's 2 reasons why I don't think that person in the YouTube chat is young. 1, because they're mentioning something from 2008. Well, 2009. And 2, they clearly know enough about this game to understand that that thing exists. So they're either just like a meme poster who got lost, or they are somebody who genuinely knows how this game works and is one of those people who thinks that that stuff is hysterical. And the reason they are resisting the ban, temp ban that I threw at them and coming up with constant excuses is because they're going, well, I did nothing wrong, which smells of a shit poster. But the reality is there are some people who genuinely think that that shit's funny, and referencing that shit is funny. And most of them aren't allowed in like the normal Dwarf Fortress community these days. They largely get banned from the Dwarf Fortress subreddit, and they have their own Discord. And people like that forget that there's other people who don't like that kind of antics. Simply put, what mermaid hotels are is there was a period of time in the game where mermaid bones were the most valuable item in the game, and people would farm them and mass murder them and butcher them. And that's why we're no longer able to butcher sentient creatures in Dwarf Fortress, because it was modded out of or it was like patched out of the game essentially. And 4chan thought it was hysterical and made a lot of Holocaust jokes out of it. So it's one of those things where if people bring it up, I already distrust you. And there's also the side note of they're saying this is just a suggestion for this fortress, right? In order to find mermaids, you need to be on a joyous, wild, deep ocean, which is almost I spent 3 hours one day specifically trying to find them for a screenshot and couldn't in this version of the game. Just embarking repeatedly and generating worlds and then embarking repeatedly. So it's something you have to go out of your way to find. So it's a dog whistle. It shows that you're into shitty people, or you hang out with shitty people. And if you argue a warning ban, you're not welcome in this community. It's that simple. Why would I give you a verbal warning when I could just time you out for 30 minutes? Isn't that a verbal warning? Still exists, Bruggen. Seems they patched that. No, I mean, this map has a Joyous Wilds Ocean on it. This one. The pregnant water, that's disturbing. Anyway, so like they do still exist. They just don't exist in like in the normal world gen settings. You have to use custom world gen to find them. Like that's a Joyous Wilds lake. This is a haunted ocean, which is the Ocean of Blisters, which is almost as rare as like good oceans. But yeah, in the default world gen, if you use the default custom world gen settings, you'll find them pretty consistently. Having to find the blockade shield, are we? Currently? 59,300 views on the video. I mean, it's getting like 10,000 views a day. So, 4 days? I mean, I'm not going to, I'll do it after this fortress. I'll put it that way. So once this, the Pregnant Ocean, yes, the WikiHow Ocean. When this fortress is done, I'll look into that and try and attempt that, but not before. I also just realized I still haven't put kitchens up here. It's like I've got tons of fisheries, but no kitchens. Should just move the kitchen up here. Because it doesn't hurt to ban trolls. You know, I have very mixed feelings about trolls for this reason. Trolls are often not bad people, just people that are poorly educated. And resisting poorly educated people with malice results in perpetuating a currently existing problem. So while I agree, it doesn't hurt to ban trolls, it can produce more trolls. Have I ever played Cogmind? I've got about 40 hours in Cogmind. It used to make me really visually sick because of the fact that it's permanently in dark mode and the light mode option is bad and the fonts were very thin and small. It was like made for somebody with really good vision on a very high resolution monitor and not somebody with really shitty vision. So I had a really hard time playing it for a very long time, but I was messing around with the most recent patch the other day on my laptop, and I really like the menu scaling options they put in. So I need to get back to that game at some point. Try it out again. See if the menu scaling options are what I needed and what I've been waiting for. But Josh G is a good dude, and he's been working on that game and doing good stuff. Shrek is an ogre. That's why there's all the memes about it's all ogre now, you know? Come on. Get with the like, I don't even like Shrek. And I apparently know more about Shrek lore than you do. Not to be confused with Trogdor. The Destructor. Let's use nice for this. Bite Attack, thanks for the 25th month. Welcome back, dude. It's good to see you. I hope that you've been well. Saw that you followed the blog. Appreciate that. All right. I'm just kind of putting a little pathway in here. I don't know why, but I am. I'm going to build the stockpiles around the pathway. If you're reading an article about people's IQs, just realize that IQ is a very, very, very crappy way to define somebody's intelligence. It's exceptionally inaccurate. It's got more to do with zip code than actual intelligence. What species was the Balrog from Lord of the Rings? Forgotten Beast? I don't. Is there actually like an identifier for the Balrog? Isn't it just like an ancient creature from something from times before or whatever? I mean, go ahead, have fun with free IQ tests, but they're just inaccurate. That's all. A mire? A fallen mayor or mire? Mire? Miar. Okay, cool. Well, it's that. Shadow Absorber. Your question is answered. And let's also put amulets, rings, earrings, figurines. I will allow bins in this and no artifacts, please. Maybe not 70 bins. Let's just say 20 bins. Not sure on the pronunciation. Same species as Gandalf. Huh. Okay. Well, there you go. Basically, evil Gandalf. I hate to break it to you. Evil Gandalf, way cooler than friendly Gandalf. Maybe somehow more memorable, too. It's just like the Jedi. It's like the bad guys are way cooler. The good guys are just weird religious zealots. Okay, there we go. This will help get rid of all of the clothing that I don't need lying around. Chaotic Gandalf. That's really funny to me for some reason. I don't know why. Everything evil is cooler. I don't know if I agree with that, but may actually also have to put some bins into here. Also got some earrings coming down here as well. Various clothing. I don't know if I have any spare bins around. It's got 4 in there. Let's just do 4. Just looking around for other stockpiles that have bins in them. This one has bins in it. How many are allowed in here? 2. Okay. Let's just make... What bars do I have? Bars! Let's do 5 copper bins. 10 copper bins. Copper bin. And let's jump to that strange mood that just started. It's Melville, a metalsmith. He's bored after being unable to fight for too long. Worships the wrong god. And wants to fight, be with family, and needs martial training. You know, honestly, Drake, I tend to agree with you there. Evil in real life is kind of boring. I would say evil in real life is just painfully normal. Like, it's just most people. Most people being normal. Ryan Katsu wants you guys to post a beer in the chat. So can we get beers in both chats, please? Speaking of artifacts, non-zero chance Blind can get himself a Dragon Bone artifact shield. I would actually, well, it's more likely it would be a metal shield with dragon bones in it, but I also haven't butchered a single dragon yet, so that's actually, like, kind of a pretty low % chance. Also, Gigmoth is in the YouTube channel. Also, thanks to all the folks who've tuned in on YouTube. Means a lot. The cursed... I don't know how to refer to it because the name of it's just a run-on title or a run-on sentence. The worst map in Dwarf... The Godly Tombs video has hit 4,000 likes. That's kind of awesome. I don't consider infinite storage or quantum stockpiling a exploit. The reason I don't consider it an exploit is because minecarts just work that way. So unless Tarn makes minecarts work differently, it's just how minecarts work. Minecarts dump thing. So because minecart dump thing, then infinite stockpile work. I want to introduce into my D&D world the mechanics of Strange Mood for dwarves, except player character dwarves every day in the morning roll a D100, and if it gets a 100, it gets a Strange Mood. How would it work? Would you dictate the materials they need to find? How much time would they have to complete the artifact? And like, I feel like there's a lot of questions I'd have there. Like, a lot of questions. You butcher bad stat cave dragons. Wow. And I thought I was mean expelling dwarves that are in the wrong religion. That's harsh. But also, like, I mean, okay, fair. We're just eating dragon omelets. I mean, whatever works, really. Speaking of ghosts, or not speaking of ghosts, but speaking of dwarfs, I'm gonna throw a slab over here, just as a memorial to that, you know, the dwarf that drowned in the aquifer because I'm a dummy. Just making sure that this is memorialized. Yes, sweet. I'm gonna wait for this to all be 4 deep, maybe 5 deep. But it's filling up quicker now. I haven't expelled a single thing into lava yet. Maybe we should see if we can make Bumfire's bum actually go on fire if I throw you into lava. Maybe that's what we should do. I'm sure that would be fine, right? Your dwarf will love it. You'll have a great time. You guys save me. I mean, blessed deformity. Dwarf is working secretly. They've claimed rough clara opals, mule leather, rectangular andesite opals, 2 more mule leather, pigtail cloth, iron bars, and tower cap logs. They are a adept weaponsmith and are listed as a metalsmith. Here's hoping they make us something cool. So, I still don't know what direction this is going to go, which is kind of a problem. There we go. That ghost has been put to rest. Hallelujah. I think I'm going to wait until I can confirm the direction that these are going. Because I can't remember, and I don't feel like using DFAC to find out. So I will wait until I know what direction these are going before I test them. Which means I have to wait for power to kick in, which is all down here. But, you know, it is filling. So what I can do, actually, is we can go down to the bottom here and actually speed this up a little bit. I am receiving a phone call from my eye doctor's office. 1 second.
Cheese for everyone!
Over here, he has a sword!
Nani?
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
Bark, 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 bark. I'll be mentioning this next week anyway, but there won't be a stream on Thursday because I have an eye doctor's appointment at 11 a.m. and I will have drops in my eyes and won't be able to see shit for the rest of the day. So, yeah.
Garbage shit sugar and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit. Stop eating ketchup.
Which also is the day before Odd Realm releases, so we can just stream Odd Realm the day after. It's fine. Devilish found the soundboard and rolled their face on it. Why use all those mechanisms to move power down? Well, I mean, I can replace them with wood now, but I was in a hurry. And I didn't have any wood at the time.
Woo!
All right. I mostly just wanted to connect the whole system to get an estimate of how much power it was going to use, and it was what I had at the time. So we have an artifact. The artifact is made by Melville, and it is Mozeratist, an iron spear, and it was offered to the trampled machine. This is an iron spear. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of pigtail and round andesite cabochons and trillion-cut claro opals. This object menaces with spikes of tower cap and mule leather. On the item is an image of stockade music, the large, sleek, flowing metal mask in iron. On the item is an image of dwarves in mule leather. On the dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Goretusk by the trampled machine of the Iron of Power in the early spring of 365. On the item is an image of Onual drilled paddles, the dwarf and dwarves in mule leather. The dwarves are prostrating themselves before Onual. The artwork relates to the defeat of the walled pillars by the Iron of Power and the lordship of the dwarf Onual over at Hatred Flicker in the early spring of 128 during the second conquest of Hatred Flicker. Wow. You do know that, like, potato plants put out leaves, right? That's how they grow the potatoes. As somebody who's growing potatoes currently, they do definitely put out leaves and flowers, even. Where would I put that? Do I even have any pedestals that are empty? Well, actually, hold on. I could put this... nope, no space up here. Don't currently have any displays. Let's make some displays. Yeah, don't eat potato plants. Just eat potato tubers. I'm kind of hoping one of those bins ends up there. Because my dwarfs have made bins. These are getting placed in elsewhere. Let's see where they end up. Why ask question that you know answer to? Shadow Absorber. People tend to do that a lot, and it always kind of perplexes me. It's like, well, you clearly know the answer to this question. It's a silly question. So why are you asking said silly question? Human caravan has arrived. Well, here's hoping to get rid of this stuff sooner rather than later. That would be an expensive goods bin. Let's get rid of this. Just a bunch of armor that I'll never use. This is all gems, I think. Yep. So those ammo bins, which are very useful. Finished goods bins. This one, whole lot of silver rings. Bring those two. What's the deal with the 6 super unhappy dwarves? Hey, chat, tell Kyokyo the goal of this fort. Most of them, I think, are just rightfully neglected, as they deserve. And Kodal, well, I mean, they saw their family die in front of them, so, you know, the rest of them are just rightfully neglected. I have a question. Do you ever, like, when you're just chat in general, when you're playing Dwarf Fortress and you have like 3 or 4 upset dwarves and like 100 or so, maybe 200 dwarves, and then like maybe 3% of your dwarves are super pissed, do you constantly check in on what went wrong with them? Because I like never have played the game like that, and I'm always a little bit amazed when people are just like, what's up with the 4 mad dwarves? And it's like, well, I don't know, it's Dwarf Fortress, there's gonna be mad dwarves. Like, why don't you ever ask about the happy dwarves? Because there's always going to be some pissed dwarves. It's just the nature of this video game. I don't know. I don't think it's a bad habit. I think it's just kind of funny. I think it's like different habits more than anything. Because I've played this game long enough to know and accept that I will never please every single dwarf in the fort. Strawberry, corn, tomatoes, and squash. It sounds like a good garden. For me, it's mostly beets and zucchinis and tomatoes and cucumbers right now. And about to be beans, but those aren't quite ready yet. It should, assuming your refuse stockpiles are set to deal with that, Ranger Rick. You build a mist generator to see so no mad dwarves. Yeah, well, I don't know. No, those dwarves are mad because they don't have bedrooms. There's very few bedrooms in this fort, most likely. Or they're mad because their religion isn't being satisfied because I'm refusing to satisfy their religions. It's one of the two things. Yeah, well, seems like you're nicer to your dwarves than me, I suppose.
Crypt beer, woohoo.
Okay, I do need to start making more fancy bedrooms for the cultists, though. Potatoes around the world are seeing low yields even in Europe. Don't feel bad about problem. I mean, I planted a bunch of potatoes and none of them grew. So, yeah, I feel you there. It's just like, what's it called? Deere tractors, John Deere. And the solar flares like single-handedly nuked America's ability to grow corn for the year. So they're just kind of stuck right now with a very limited corn supply. So if, corn chips cost an extra 5 cents, you know why? It's John Deere's fault. This time you noticed your countess was unhappy due to undedicated temples, so I made her one, and several dwarves were happy about it, and I also checked for rotting clothes to see when to set up more production. Yeah, I mean, I have automated clothes production. I don't really have any clothing issues in this fort. Every now and again, I'll notice a dwarf that has bad clothing, and it's usually because they literally damaged it minutes prior. Like, basically, the only things I'm really neglecting on the dwarves are dwarves that worship the wrong religion. But even then, like, 2 of the other religions have dedicated temples, but they have to be part of that religion, right? And not every dwarf is part of that religion. So there are dedicated temples. I'm gonna buy your books and your codexes and your cut gems and your rough gems. And I'll also buy your flasks, because why not? Mostly just giving them stuff for free, but they can just have it. Yeah, that's usually the issue. It's usually some sort of minecart setup issue. I usually do overwinter garlic. All right. I could probably just make 2 more mason shops. Dwarf is stunned after getting hit really hard, probably. Also, let's check down here and see how deep this is up to. Look at that. It's spinning. Means it's deep enough. Also, I'm just going to go through here and just swap out all of these with wood. Because like I said, I just wanted a rough estimate of how much power it was going to use. But I can swap them out with tower cap now, I think. I don't know what to say, chat. Just because a dwarf is unhappy doesn't mean they're automatically going to become a mass murderer. I'm unhappy most days. I don't kill people. What? Sometimes I wake up and choose violence in my YouTube comments section, but that's different. All right. And how do you know that, Antonarix? How do you know that I'm not a dwarf? It's not like he plays Doom. Yeah, it's not like I play Doom. That's bad people. I just played Doom the roguelike. Still masterfully improving them lead chests. It's a damn shame that Neezer had to die. But yes, you were in fact shadow banned on YouTube. And the one thing that you should never do after being shadow banned is ban evading, which is what you are currently doing. So now I'm sitting here and trying to decide if I trust you, which frankly, I don't. So I don't know. I don't know what to do. And also, you weren't shadow banned. You were publicly banned. Loudly. There's a difference. That's magnetite. I will mine that out. No, I definitely banned them. I don't know. They seem kind of harmless at this point. We'll see. We've got migrants, and first one doesn't worship the correct god. How about you? Goal is probably what you're looking for, Alien Slayer. Also, Alien Slayer, your dwarf is only barely still with us. You very narrowly survived a really big fight. What's the god's symbol? Symbol? They appear as a female skeletal dwarf, and they are like deformity, disease, and death. You know, comfy, nice things. Very Stardew Valley-esque. Yeah, there we are. Don't trust anybody, life rule. Can you have a dwarf? Sure, what kind of dwarf would you like? Just waiting to see if any more dwarves show up. Doesn't look like it. Don't worry about it. If you can figure it out, you can invest. If you can't figure it out, you can't invest. There's no actual financial value to it. That's all I'll say. They're internet oints, yes. If somebody nominates you in the Twitch chat, YouTube. But what happens if YouTube dies? If we name a dwarf YouTube? So, Coco, I'm waiting on you. New migrant, correct religion, if any. Okay. Well, I wasn't looking at the names of the new migrants. I was just looking at the job that they acquired. So I'll find somebody who's neutral mood, because that's the most likely. Looks like Monom. Yeah. How's this work for you? I don't just name dwarves. People have to use a Twitch redemption to name dwarves, Jam, in the YouTube chat. So I'm not, if I just gave dwarves to anybody who asked, then every single dwarf would be named permanently and nobody would ever get a dwarf. So I'm not going to just give dwarves to people, which is why I have Twitch chat systems. I don't have a bot in the YouTube chat, so I don't have any ways to do it in the YouTube chat. But, Suited Giraffe is nominating a dwarf to be named YouTube. That is a non-believer in the correct religion. You guys can vote yes or no. YouTube says they gotta be angry, and we'll pour out one when YouTube dies. So, this will be Kokoroko, though. Kokoroko, gloved sports, worships Yugath, and can easily become absorbed in art and beauty. And the beauty of the natural world. Is troubled by this as she dislikes the natural world. She is impervious to the effects of stress and likes to present herself boldly even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. She dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep her own counsel. And she personally believes that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. Looks like it's a yes. And she isn't particularly ambitious, and she is not... Where are you going, dwarf? She's not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and she tends to think before acting, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and she has an active imagination. She speaks very deliberately when she's annoyed and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of creating a great work of art and personally finds romance distasteful. Dreams of creating a great work of art and likes satin spar, rose gold, red glossier, and deer antler. The color red, gems, and quivers, and floodgates, and figurines, and the words of the mindful saffron, and the sound of the flute of sweetness, and the sight of the couple of bewildering and when possible prefers to consume leopard gecko and fisher berries and banana beer, and absolutely hates bark scorpions. And feels empathy after discussing an acquaintance's issues. It was Mathol. If they weren't friendly, there'd be a lot more blood on the floor. The dragons. Yeah, YouTube banning sucks. But you know what also sucks? Getting banned and then popping up in somebody else's chat elsewhere. Right? In a public venue. I removed you from the chat for your behavior. And now you're in a different chat, right? So there's only one logical thing to do here, which is ban you from the other chat. So if you don't want to be banned from the other chat, your best course of action is to shut up, take 2 days off, and then reach out in private and apologize. Instead of just reappearing. Right? Somebody told you blatantly you're not welcome here for your behavior. That includes the Twitch chat. I hate to break it to you, mate. Sorry for having to bring the whole mood down, but it is what it is.
Over here.
So if you consistently keep on talking about it, the next thing you say on this subject will get you banned. If you completely drop the subject and never bring it up again, maybe you'll earn your trust back. But quite frankly, I fucking doubt it. All right? We clear? Let's see if your small number of brain cells can compute that. Perhaps they will, and that would be wonderful. All right. So that's this dwarf. You're a member of the Dead Communion, and him go fast wants you to post beers, chat. Seen spots. Lovely. You can get eggs from dragons. I mean, actually, how many dragon eggs do I have? Not actually that many right now. They must be cooking a lot of them. I mean, you could very easily mod any creature in Dwarf Fortress to be milkable. So if you want milkable dragons, you can make milkable dragons. I feel like it would be spicy, though. Okay, so YouTube's Dwarf. I'm thinking most upset Dwarf and Fort. Like, how does Iteb sound to you guys? Or, well, I mean, I could give you Eustace, but you guys wanted to not be a loyalist. Dragon cheese sounds like stuff that you clean out from underneath a dragon's toenail. I don't know about that, Chad, but okay. Maybe not in real life. So this would be the most angriest Dwarfist, who's Kodal, okay. Kodal is not a true believer. Kodal is a former member of their past religion. So because they left their past religion, which is shocking, including the constructs of shocking is the other thing that they left, they are not a true believer. So that's YouTube. Good to have you, YouTube. Thanks for sticking with us. Man, if only she had like a pet bunny rabbit or something, I'd name it Twitch. She does have quite a few relatives in the fort, including Bumfire. She worships a lot of gods, so she does actually worship the right god. She's kind of agnostic, I think. She's currently pondering biography. Oops, wait, no, that's the wrong dwarf. This is the right dwarf. She's currently brewing a drink from fruit. Properly YouTube-ish. She rarely looks on others with lust and finds helping others very emotionally rewarding. She does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. She is troubled by this because she values romance and doesn't focus on material goods. She occasionally overindulges and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. She doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and she enjoys the company of others. She has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. She tends to make a small mess with her own possessions and can sometimes act without deliberation, and doesn't handle stress well and rarely feels discouraged. She scratches her ear when she's trying to remember something and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. And she likes olivine, lead, and black pyrope, and giant walrus bone. The color ash gray, leggings, and the words of the true reason, and the sight of the silver of harvesters, and when possible prefers to consume floating guts and radish wine, and cotton seeds. I love growing radishes, by the way. And absolutely hates mussels. Only one particular type of maggot. Come on. It's only purring maggots that are milkable. Come on now. The real question is, what do purring maggots become? Because there's no, like, end stage for purring maggots. So knowing a little bit about bugs, it actually makes it quite confusing. It's like, well, so then what do they become? Dwarves. My thought was always Crundles, because that would just be funny. But Crundles, like, you know, they lay eggs and come out of eggs, so it doesn't work that way, unfortunately. And I'm going to throw in some obsidian walls onto this. This is going to be the hammerer's office. All right. Well, it's generating enough power, so that's good. It's just not fully connected here, because this level didn't get connected for some reason. As far as why, I don't know why. And it seems to be deep enough, which means I could probably just pull the lever. I feel like everybody thinks that the dwarves have to be milked to make dwarven cheese at some point. It's one of those, like, rude jokes that the game has. We get to level up the dead communion, chat. Today is a glorious day. An absolutely glorious day. So the dead communion, has many worshippers in Goretusk and now requires a temple complex and a high priest. This location must be built and furnished. You know, the thing is, Tarn has been asked that question and he has answered it like thousands of times, including in my own interviews with him, Zombie Mike. So, you know, it's always a very ambiguous, I think they just think it's really funny. It's like the actual answer. Like, if Zach and Tarn think something is funny, they will just do it, even if it's inconvenient, weird, or, like, hard to figure out in game. All right, so I'm going to accept this, and we are going to figure out how to make a bigger expansion to the Dead Communion. Well, I think the first thing I should do is go right here. Place some nice blocks. The dwarf right here is making their figurine. Oh, also, I have a spear I need to place here. Also have a random llama. Man, that elephant is taking forever to grow up. There you go. Satisfied at work. All right, so these walls back here are now done. I'm trying to think. Make YouTube the high priest? Well, I can't because the elephant tender is obviously going to be the high priest. But the question is, what shape do I want to make this? Don't Google images of dwarven cheese. I mean, I could have told you that. Like, that's a given. What made you think that was a good idea? I mean, come on. What do you think, chat? Draw a skull? Could put a pattern on the floor. That's why you don't sleep anymore? That's fair. Unmajestic room must be bigger? Looks like skull. I'm not very good at drawing self-portraits. Try that one on for size, chat. Series of tubes and spherical 3D rooms. See, well, I'm only one layer above, so it would have to go up. But I could do that. I guess it's like, I'm between like either just making a big like kind of cathedral thing like this. Also, this is not centered. Or like doing like tunnel, diagonal thing going up to like here and then a circle and then a circle and then a circle and then a circle and then a circle. I could do either of those. Fell asleep by accident. Did you miss anything important? YouTube has a dwarf now. And I'm slightly concerned. We have a dwarf named YouTube. It's the most upset dwarf in the fort. Which is accurate. I mean, Twitch chat would be like a dwarf literally comprised of salts. So like, you know. Let's do this. I don't have that much time, which is the problem. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go for this sucker right here. And I'm just going to place some of the nicest chests in here that I have. See if I can just inflate the value of this room a little bit. Check, do I have a second altar? I do not. Okay. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to go right here. And I'm going to put a room right here. Yeah, that'll be fine. That can be one. This can be two. You do realize, chat, we're essentially recreating Amazon's headquarters, right? Which, for those of you who have never seen it, I mean, on the topic of things you shouldn't Google, Google Bezos balls. I think it still works. Or you could just type in Amazon HQ. Like, that'll also work. Oh, no. I mean, just don't type it into an image generator, okay? Oh, wow, look at that. It's like, chat's just like all discovering where Amazon cheese comes from. Yep. We also will need a set of bedrooms for the new high priest, who definitely isn't going to become a noble or anything. And then the new priest is going to go here. Get that bedroom. You know, I kind of want to make the priest... Oh, no, actually, I can't because she doesn't worship the religion. I was thinking maybe possibly making the high priest into the current mayor, but I literally can't because the mayor isn't part of the religion. But they also don't have another religion, so... For Bezos balls over time. I mean, it's one of those things that Reddit did that was good. Was just made it such a heavily associated word that, like, it took over the SEO for Amazon HQ. But for reference, the Amazon HQ is an oxygen molecule, is what it actually is supposed to be, which is kind of awesome in a way, and also does look really cool from the outside and also pretty damn cool from the inside. but it does also look like a giant pair of nuts. So, you know, it's one of those, like, in theory, awesome things, but in reality, it's like, wow, we're all children, aren't we? Jesus Christ. None of us have any real semblance of maturity. That's absurd. Yes, and so does Bezos's balls. Bezos has 3 balls in the Bezos balls. If you Googled the Amazon HQ, found pictures of it, it does have 3 balls. But because they're so large, depending on the angle you're looking at it, you can only see 2 of them. It kind of is like an Austin Powers bit, yes. YouTube chat is correct. It kind of is an Austin Powers bit. How's this for the Temples of the Dead Communion? You know, yesterday I was talking about locking the religious dwarves into a separate section of the fort. Maybe today's project is we make this a separate section of the fort and allow only the religious dwarves to go in here. Like, burrow the other dwarves out of here completely. Because we're actually getting set up enough now. I think that could work. I will be right back, chat. I'm gonna go take a piss. And also, no, I don't need to top off my water. So I'm just gonna go take a piss. I will be right back.
NANI?!
It's a unit system. I know this.
Hero Quest is the best game ever made, and anyone who says otherwise, you fucking donkey!
Careful, Devilish, like, set up the fan again and is getting blown all over the keyboard. That, as I smack my microphone while I sit down. All right. So.
No!
Uh-huh.
No!
Are you done? Can I play the video game again?
NANI?!
I take that as a yes. Okay, so... Save the game? Okay. You used it at a time when the game wasn't saving. That's wild. Because recently you've just been using it right when the game saves. It hasn't started up yet. I'm still powering it up and setting it up. And I was waiting for some more mechanisms to get made. And then the game gave me an artifact. And then the game distracted me with demanding a new temple. Or a temple edition. So I think that's a worthy distraction personally, but, you know. But I'm building a new half of the fort. The upper levels, if you will. I can understand why you don't sleep anymore, friend. Okay. This right here, I think is going the correct direction. So this might be very dangerous, but let's just hook up the end of this sucker and see if it works. Wait, I may have used the wrong materials. Let's try that again. All right. The only problem is I just need to connect all these, which I'm just going to use gears for them, because that's actually the easiest way to do this.
The danger makes it more entertaining.
The danger makes it more entertaining. This is true. I agree to a point. Beg your pardon. Oh, wow. Drained too much. Well, what I could do is literally just put the move the power down to here. Could just do that. Just a wee bit annoying, but I kind of thought that it would flow enough to get all the way down there, but it doesn't seem to want to. So it might eventually, but I don't feel like waiting. And it won't cost that much more power to just move the thing. It will, however, cost my fingers a lot, but that's okay. All right, we're just waiting for the last few of them to get removed. Wait, no, not that one. Keep that one. Let's go here. Let's go here. You're already slated for removal. You there. You there. You there. Okay. Now I'm just going to go down to here where it's all 5 deep and just go 1, 2, 3, 4. That's all I got right now. It's 4. So then I can go and say build and say 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, well, it's only 3. Never mind, not even 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then you right here, go all the way along here, all the way along here. Deconstruct that, deconstruct that, deconstruct this, and that. I think that's all of them. This shouldn't take too long to just move. Narvicious, thank you very much for the 38th month. It really means a lot. Thank you so much for keeping that subscription alive for 38 whole months. It's a goddamn long time, dude. Thanks for continuing to support the channel. 2, 3. Oh, got these one off somehow. Oh, I see how. Right there. Bug. Whoopsies. Can't have any of that, though. Because that actually would bother me. Missing a single water wheel. It's probably going to get canceled, that one. Yeah, this is spinning perfect. I like that I ended up doing the thing that I said I didn't want to do anyway. It's just moving the water wheels up. Which I think is just kind of funny, actually, because I said yesterday, I was like, well, I'd rather just generate power closer to where I need it to go, and then here I am moving it halfway back anyway. But it still is closer than it would have been initially. So that's how much power? Oh, you're not actually connected to anything. Because this ain't in. Probably widen this whole hallway. If I widen it by 1 or 2, then it'll be easier to, you know, construct those. Meanwhile, up here, all this is going on. Good progress is being made. Much power. Yes, exactly. Unlimited, even.
Nuclear vessels.
Vessels. Of the nuclear variety. I'm thinking we do each one a different type of block. So we could do like quartzite for this one. I'll eventually dig the walls out and replace them all with gneiss, probably. Or dacite for consistency. This one could be... Oh, geez. Could start filling her in with microcline. You've been saying microline in your head? I don't know, it's just how I say it. It's one of those things where I'm probably saying it wrong. But I feel that way about a lot of, like, stones and stuff in Dwarf Fortress, where it's like, oh, it's likely I'm saying it wrong. But I don't know how else to say it, so it's what I say. I'm sure we've all had things like that in our lives. So I am saying it correctly then? Microcline? If you're micro-inclined... Yeah, I don't know. For me, there's many words I've learned while playing this game. Like, indefatigable is probably my favorite notable word that I've learned while playing Dwarf Fort. That recent Iron Spear, I think, is that one. Enjoy your errands and running. Don't trip. Bituminous? Bitch, you missed! What? Coal? Mm-hmm. This is always how I think it's said. Corpulent? I knew corpulent before playing this game, but yeah. What the heck? Hey, chat room, I have a question. Did somebody make a big video about Warsim or something? Why are people suddenly searching for Warsim? Like, in the last 3 hours. Yeah, U-bends are pretty effective. I'm just trying to use this aquifer because it's what's convenient, and I don't have a large cistern of water anywhere. has a sale on Steam. Oh, maybe it's that. I don't know. Weird. It's just suddenly like a bunch of my videos that I've made over the years about Warsim are getting views randomly, which is odd because that game never gets views really. Also, you should go buy Warsim. It's a great game. I must have just gotten the daily sale then. Play War Sims for forum leaks. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay, so this over here, I can now appoint the High Priest. So the Exalted Muck is now the Elephant Tender, who is the founder of the fortress. Now the question is, whomst becomes the new priest? I think Hare should get it, because Hare is a hysterical dwarf. She just has really big hair. We could also give it to Semtexagon, or UGDPY, or its Golem even. I think we should give it to Hare. What do you think, chat? She's just got really big hair. She's got a massive afro. So I named her Hare. And she's a novice flatterer, which means she'd be bad at her job, which would be even better. Yeah, I think we'll give it to Hare. Welcome to power. Who is now the, did I click the right button? Oh, I see, because they're listed as a disciple of Ugath, right. So they don't actually have the additional task, even though they do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into here, and I'm just going to remove this. She is now the Sacred Starvation. She'll probably be euphoric or happy about this, I would hope, at some point. Currently, she doesn't really have much to say, apparently. Which is a little bit odd. She does have very good creativity, though. I see. She was satisfied after acceptance for the petition of the Dead Communion, and watching performance makes her delighted, and she was enraptured after remembering performing the rites of the Dead Communion in a dedicated temple. She didn't feel anything after seeing the Forest Titan Lithe the Romantic's dead body. Right, because I still have a skull in there. I should probably make that into a totem or something. Let's just give some totems and just hit repeat on them. Just let somebody make totems for a bit. Wouldn't that be both of my Ugath's representatives? Yeah, all of the leaders of representing Ugath are ladies. We have the servant leader who refused her own religion. We have the elephant tender, who is the founder of the fortress. Although actually, I'm going to extend the elephant tender's nickname a little bit. I'm still going to call her the elephant tender. But I want to know what her actual name is. Because I can't remember, which is I'm not liking. Stinthad. So Stinthad. There we go. Stinthad the Elephant Tender, who is our religious leader and glorious person in charge. Also still needs new shoes. Am I not making shoes? The fuck? Silk tunic, silk socks, silk gloves, silk cap, silk trousers. I'm not making shoes. Well, shit. Whoops. What do I have those doing? Just repeating repeating yearly. Okay. Let's do these seasonally for a little bit until we have enough shoes. Whoops. You know, whenever anybody says the something knows, because YouTube chat just said you got pushed by the algorithm knows, all I could say is it just reminds me of the song by Knower, The Government Knows. It's like the only thing that comes into my brain. It's like the government knows when you masturbate. That's all that I have in my head now, thanks. The government knows. Great band, great song. Yep. Mm-hmm. With the great band that has absolutely no relation to clowncore. Do they count as armor? No, they do not. It always kind of boggled my mind a little bit that I can't make clogs. Not to be confused with Crocs, just like wooden shoes. It's the Dutch in me. Makes me want to make wooden shoes. That or like the elves don't make wooden shoes. It's like one or the other. Somebody should be able to make wooden shoes. I think dwarves will wear leather leggings and leather caps. Not counted as armor, but I don't think you can... Can you make leather shirts? I think, yeah, I don't think there's any, like, shirts or, like, upper body thing. They wear sandals, I think. Elves. At least that's what I've seen them wearing recently, is sandals. You can only make armor. Yeah, you can only make leather armor. Okay, well, there you go. It's just another one of the bizarre limitations of this video game. More like arbitrary limitations than anything. I'm sure that's not what you were referencing, Jam, but like that's still, it's just how my brain works. I associate words with words. So when someone says something knows, I just think government knows. Naturally. It is still a fucking bop, though. Holy Seal has been bitten by a cave spider? Oh no! What a horrible curse. I think that still gives a permanent syndrome, too. Actually, I'm going to check. Darius is the Holy Seal. Oh, maybe it doesn't. Because they're not listed as dizzy. It used... At one point in time, they got a permanent syndrome from getting bitten by a cave spider, and it was, like, permanently dizzy forever. And it would slow them down. It sucked. But it seems that that's been remedied. This may cause surprise cave-ins and cause people to die, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Just grabbing some extra obsidian. I don't think I'm going to dig through any walls I shouldn't be, so that should be fine. I did once have a lake that would do that, just cause you to be perpetually dizzy. And what's even better is in the overworld in the game, it was literally called the Stupid Lake. It's one of the most memorable, like, awful things in this video game I've ever had. Was the stupid lake. You know what my biggest regret is right now with the with the YouTube video I just put out? Is I'm really genuinely kind of disappointed that I didn't just start making videos like that sooner. Purely because, like, I keep thinking back to old forts and going, like, man, it would be cool if I had that in that format, you know? Like, why didn't I... Crap. And I just keep feeling that way about different things. All right, so we're just waiting on this. How much power is this generating? 800, so that'll be 900, 1,000. That should be enough for this whole thing once all this stuff's done. All that's suspended, but it's fine. Now I can go back over here. Yeah, this needs 348 power. Yeah, it's plenty of power. Plenty of power. There's only one more piece I got to put in here. Reason I'm using gears through all this is it's all going to be lava or covered in lava eventually. So in order for it to work, well, it needs, you know, it needs there to be lava-safe stuff everywhere. Now, I don't know if I'm going to make a way to get these out. But I could. Pretty easily. Using drawbridges. But at the same time, maybe not worth it. I don't actually have any Gabbro on this map. Otherwise, I would have certainly done something like that. Actually... yeah, I'll just connect a lever to this right here. That's what we'll do. Just grabbing the one log from way the hell away. Is this forbidden or being worked on still? Still being worked on, sweet. So now you just got to remove all the boulders and the game saves. Am I good, bro? Are you asking me? Oh, I haven't been good for years. It's called having chronic depression, but I'm okay currently. Yeah, well, I mean, you don't need to have a well in your hospital, but you should have a well in your fort for your hospital. Devilish Potato would like to give a dwarf to Jam Pow over in YouTube chat. Twitch chat and YouTube chat, what do you think? Yes or no? I decree! Yes. Is that what you say? Come on, chat, it has to be overwhelming. There's like 150 of you watching. I know that's less than there is here sometimes, but like, the 150 of you, come on. Help us out here. Looks like the whole thing's powered up now, which is good. All right, so what kind of dwarf are we giving Jam Pow? Do you want a beard or no beard? Would you like a boy dwarf or a lady dwarf? That's my question to you. But, let's chat. What kind of dwarf do we think we give them? What kind of job? We got lots of miners. We got lots of various metalsmiths of different flavors. We've got clothers. We've got farmers and brewers and planters. We got mechanics. Various military dwarves. There isn't a single child in the fort. I'm not actually joking. I guess this is what happens when you worship an edgy god. We had one and they were named Narc, and they're now a peasant. So I'm seeing a child, a minor, an unhappy child. I can't give him a child. A brewer, a minor, yeah. So chat's saying a minor. Jam has gone silent. Ah, it's fine. It's only been 2 minutes. All right. You're playing Dwarf Fort. Would you like a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? Twitch chat's giving you a dwarf. You just am. Well, okay, I'll give you one of the not upset ones. I won't give you the upset one then, because that's just mean. So we'll give you Aban. Jam is Am. He is a vulgar being who does not care a lick for the most basic rules of civilized living. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. He is impeccably curious without any respect for property or privacy, and is greatly moved by art and natural beauty, and is always tense and jittery, doesn't seek out excitement, and often feels lustful. He often feels envious of others, and acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and likes to take it easy, occasionally overindulges, and likes to go it alone without considering the advice of others, is very humble, and is somewhat quarrelsome, and he is bothered by this since he values friendship. He is brave in the face of imminent danger, sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and starts to mutter under his breath when he gets excited. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time. Okay. You worship Einods, so you're not part of the correct religion. Dreams of raising a family and personally values tranquility and quiet and believes war is preferable to peace in general and doesn't care about nature one way or another. Likes borax, aluminum, and pink jade, the color dark pink, and shields. Hatch covers, and when possible prefers to consume giant Cody, purple amaranth beer, and absolutely hates jumping spiders. When it opened, but it turns out... didn't actually know when it opened, but I was trying to get the timer. Oh, like to show up on time for investments? Merlin Buff? We don't have any sand on this map, so glass making is difficult. He's a very long beard, which is braided, and very short sideburns, which are neatly combed. And you're friends with Masmaras, the tavern keeper, and another miner named Uzol. And you probably need new shoes, because apparently I screwed up on shoes. No, you don't actually need new shoes. That's surprising. And you want to fight with things. You want martial training and you want to fight. So I'm just going to toss you in the military, Jam. So time to take your clothes off and get in the old military.
Hello.
Fanyogs, long time no see.
Do we have a temple to praise the ferryman for his work transporting those who shuffled of their mortal coil?
I mean, that's not how I would describe it, but sure, yes, definitely. Mm-hmm. Thank you very much for the 22nd month. It's good to have you around, dude. It's very good to have you around. Thanks for tuning in today. It's good to see you too, Merlin Buff. Jam says that they are honored. So, good congrats. We've made somebody feel welcomed and honored. That is good. Hey, YouTube chat, you want to make me feel honored? It's very easy. Click the like button. There's 62 of you watching and 36 likes on the YouTube stream. We could double that. If half of you clicked the like button. You're just feeling some Dwarf Fort? They feel like long, fuzzy beards? Thanks for clicking the things, YouTube chat. And thanks to those of you who've already clicked it. The first clicker of the like, did you click it last night or something? There we go. Number go up. It's very weird when just like all notifications on my phone.
How do, chat? Blind?
are like not permitted, and then every now and again my phone will just be like, a Twitch sub has renewed, and it's like, why did you tell me? You're not allowed to. Stop it. God damn it. Noel man, thanks for the 18th month. What's up, dude? I don't know if you know I just completely like malfunctioned in my brain head. Thank you very much for the 18th month. I don't know what's wrong with me today. I think it's because I haven't had coffee since Friday. It's probably got something to do with it. Time for you to get ready to head out for work for the rest of the week. Oh, okay. Are you just gonna vanish now? On and off? Uh-oh. This is fine. Oh. It actually is fine. Vacay and illness? Oh no. You get sick because of the vacay? It's the worst like side effect of going on vacation is getting sick after said vacation. I'm kind of expecting a bunch of goblins to just come barreling in here to try and steal my kids. But also maybe not. Brought home COVID. Oh no. That sucks, dude. Well, I'm glad you're feeling better regardless. I guess they didn't do that. Well, that's nice of them. All right, well, sending the military back inside. False alarm. Vogel, thanks for the prime sub for an 11th month. Welcome back, dude. Played so much DF in the past 48 hours that you're right-clicking on the menus to close the browser. Yep, I do that sometimes. While watching streams, specifically. All right, so this sucker is powered. So I'm just going to go here and add a route. And it's going to go right there. And I'm just going to put a minecart on it. And so a job for place minecart vehicle should appear. Since the goblins just invaded me, I should go invade them. Let's just send the Ivory Priest to pillage one of their locations. I just would like to say good luck to Commander Alien Slayer, the legendary Hammer Dwarf, who's focused. Currently is a legendary observer, fighter, discipline, Hammer Dwarf, adept shield user, and in other skills is a great student and an adept ambusher and a novice tactician. Still learning on that side of things, but and is now heading outside. Best of luck there, Dwarf. You love my Rube Goldberg death traps. They're so fancy. I mean, that's half the fun of Dwarf for me. A caravan from home has arrived. The dwarves have arrived to train. On how to set up a minecart system, I have several tutorials on how to do that. From the very basic all the way up to relatively more complicated. Depends on how complicated you want to get. It's like there isn't even a like siege happening game right now. Calm down. I actually have a lot of totems. Holy crap. Dog, cat, mule, donkey, horse, bull, rooster, hen, reindeer, yak, llama, rabbit, wolf. Sell the llama wool crown. Let's just do this. Just looking for leather armor, but I should not have any of it left. Also, looks like that finished goods stockpile is doing its job, mostly. For you, search works in the trade depot window, not for you. What do you mean? It just doesn't work. Seems like something you should report. Well, that's a pretty egregious issue if something isn't working like that. Oh, also, let's go here. Let's get rid of that because I won't need it. No, there is no kidnapping possibilities in Dwarf Fortress. What do you mean by deal with ocean waves? What made you think I was complaining about a vile force of darkness? I was mostly just complaining that they left. Ermaluk meets with the outpost liaison Erath. And they say, merit deserves reward. I come empowered to establish this colony as official land of our realm. Can you imagine the trade wagons? Of course, there are responsibilities and the nobility must live well. Do you have anyone suitable to recommend for elevation? I think our glorious religious leader deserves elevation. Oh, the siege theme. Okay. I was going to say, I'm not complaining about the theme. But I do like that the very first response is from Bone Dolphins. It's like, no. 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 So for reference, for anybody here, Stinthad, the elephant tender, this dwarf, very happy dwarf, is the religious leader of the Dead Communion, the original founder of this fortress, led the refugees away from the goblin onslaughts back home, all the way down to the far, 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 far south of the world, about as far away as you can get, and is currently the Exalted Muck, which is the highest religious point, and also apparently has a lover now who's Kyokyo Doka. All right. That's a recent thing, I think. She learned to value harmony after being forced to endure the decay of a friend. A proper Dead Communion believer, I have to say, because she was forced to, a friend died, and she was forced to endure the decay of them, and they learned to disdain harmony, naturally. How do you get so many dragons? I stole them from the goblins. You can steal livestock as part of raiding. It's legitimate salvage, I guess, I would say. You think the manager deserves a shot? Oh, like dwarves getting pushed away by ocean waves? Yeah, that can happen. Don't settle, or don't build a fortress directly next to the ocean. Those waves can get big. Yeah, same. But we're not going to get fortress mode updates until adventure mode is done. So we must wait. Patience is a virtue. Challenging one, though. So this is interesting. I don't know how... Oh, there we go. Felt fondness remembering a new romance, and mulling over this changed her personal tendencies. She became more altruistic. So, 372. So I guess sometime last year she got together with Kyokyo. Well, there you go. I think that's our future Baron. She personally hates those who wield power over others and can't fathom why anyone would live in an orderly, harmonious society. Thinks that something is deeply wrong with people that persevere through adversity and disregards tradition. She's a nervous wreck, impeccably curious without respect for property or privacy, is greatly moved by art and natural beauty, and is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects and finds helping others emotionally rewarding. She occasionally overindulges and likes to take it easy, doesn't seek out excitement, and is a friendly individual, and is conflicted by this nature since she would ideally prefer more strife in her life, and she could be considered rude. When she's thinking, her body becomes very still. She laughs very loudly when she's nervous, and she holds her breath when she's nervous. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. Did they add more statues to the game? Yeah, a couple patches ago. They added a bunch of varieties to the statues, as well as varieties to the statue bases. Like these. And these. And also the animal statues are higher resolution now. I feel like that's a lot of video games. Kind of nice. Basically what they said is, I find adventure mode is like candy. I play it now and then, but if I play it much, I get bored quickly. Yeah, it's an awesome addition to Dwarf Fortress. Certainly. I can scarcely believe this good news. And of course I have some recommendations. Stinthad. The Exalted Muck. And now I can request things. Yeah, I mean, wood is less of a concern now because I've expanded the area that wood can grow. But yeah, I'll request some cave wood logs. They want tanned hides and windows. Sorry, we only have Linux here. Okay, let's also go here and type in figurines. Imported sand? Why do I need sand? I mean, sand is just, like, useful if you... How do I put this? Sand is useful if you are doing a lot of stuff with glass, but because none of the dwarves in my fort have skills in glassworks, because they don't. Because none of my dwarves have skills in glassworks, there is, like, a nat zero chance that they will mood or have a strange mood, because strange moods go for the highest skill that the dwarf currently has. So if I had a bunch of glass workers in the fort, I would need to have some sand around. But I don't have any glass workers in the fort, so there is a 0% chance that I will get the need for glass suddenly. There is a chance they might want, like, raw glass, but I have raw glass sitting around already. So let's see what this does. The store's placing a minecart. That's going fast enough. Plenty fast enough, even. I say, excellent. Perfect, even. Now I need to figure out how to stop it. Shit. Well, I hadn't really thought about that, to be honest. So I guess I will just be like, hey, dwarves, can you go deconstruct that, please? And then while we're at it, can we please just put... maybe not right there. Maybe put a lever, like... Like right here? Yes, uncut gems. I have this vague memory of reading a children's book when I was younger. I can't remember what the book was. And there's a point where one of the characters just starts talking about diamonds and then about how delicious raw diamonds are, and I cannot remember what the book was. For the fucking life of me. And whenever people say raw gems like that line, it's like, but you don't know true happiness until you have consumed a fresh diamond from the mines. And it's like, what was the name of that book? One of these days I'll figure it out. Hi, Creed. Creed has some advice for everybody, chat. Don't get a car. Got it. This is why I own a bicycle. Put a lever in caves for the resident... for the resident gremlin, yes. It's going to be the on-off switch, actually. Excellent. Look at all of that wood that we ordered. Sweet. Chat, is it Nethercap that... Oh, shit, they actually brought the venom barrels. I'm going to put those around for funsies. One, two, three, four, five. Okay. That's the war on cars. Come on, please. Shoutouts to Not Just Bikes. Oh, Nethercap is constantly 0, right? Which one of the cave logs is always at like a 0% temperature? 'Cause I can never remember which one. It's Nethercap? It is Nethercap? Okay. How much Nethercap do I have? Now that I've just traded for it. Got 4 Nethercap. That's almost comical looking, the speed that that's going at. Almost comical. So I need a way to stop these. What I could do is just put a drawbridge all the way across here. And then when it opens, it'll just stop them. Or I could put drawbridges like right here. That's fine. Stop it! Whew. Sorry, but shit stresses me out. Anyway, it's fine. It's off now. God damn. Okay, so these. Let's see. Does 4 Nethercap clear that? So from there. 1. Needs 4. Sweet. I can swap all these out with Nethercap. That's what I'm talking about. So you know what I'm kind of bummed about, chat room? I will need to leave some of these, though, for power. I'm kind of bummed that Game Informer shut down. Which is kind of wild because on one hand, it's like, wow, how the heck did they make it this long? You know, like being owned by GameStop and everything. But man, such a bummer. Dwarf was feeling lucky. Yeah, well, did the limbo real quick. Thank you, Telenartho. I was watching a friend of mine stream the other night, and whenever something out of and he was kept on having serious discussions, right? And whenever something out of context and silly happened, I would just like clip it next to the serious discussion he was having. So be like, serious to talk, and we're having a baby. Talk. And it was just, I like things like that in the streams. Out of context hysterics are always good. I don't quite actually have enough. I'm gonna need to put one of these mechanisms back. No, maybe not. Maybe not. Sweet, I do actually have enough nether cap. When you laugh out loud at a stream bit, you clip. Hey, you know, it's kind of nice to see people clipping things as a streamer because I don't actually know what's funny. Like I don't know what. Well, okay, that's a bad way of saying it. I don't know what people respond to with actual laughter because I don't have a laugh track. I don't have a director informing me of these things. I know what I think is funny, but it's not always going to be what other people think is funny. That was the wrong type. Also, I find that as much as I love building these weird contraptions, they are some of the most plodding, slowest, least interesting stream stuff to watch because it's a lot of repetitive motions of just like, click this, build this, click this, build this, click this, build this. So thanks for sticking with it, chat. So a bunch of dwarves are probably coming to do this. Trade at Trade Depot. Don't need you doing that anymore. You can stop. And let's follow V, who's very upset, but it's okay. They'll get over it. Doing all right, Neezer. Doing all right. Unfortunately, your dwarf didn't make it through yesterday. You did die beautifully, though. I do, in fact, read YouTube chat. I just don't read YouTube chat as much. I mean, just for reference, not playing favorites here or nothing, but there's 180 people watching on Twitch and 60 on YouTube. If the YouTube chat is moving faster, I will look at the YouTube chat. I read that as Rip Weezer, and I was very concerned for a second there, because you missed an E. You have yet to learn the art of the Dwarven Death Trap. You still need to dig into the cavern past the heavy aquifer. Why are you digging around in a heavy aquifer? It's like asking to never make it too deeply and greedily. Well, you worship the wrong god. Begone, Dwarf! So we do have a barony now. I also need to see if, Order of Bristles. Wrong god. Waiting for their child to appear. See ya, fam. And this is why there's no children in my fort, is because children always worship heretic parents. I mean, or come with heretic parents. There we go. Speaking of heretics, you and your husband. Same with you. Ah, a believer. Slow to hate and altruistic. I don't think so, Percussicant. I'm mostly certain you died in the big collapse of the military. Yes. Because the Bloody Tusks, which was the squad that you were in, completely collapsed. Waiting for the next dwarf. Oily apes. Ugh, what a name. It's kind of sad when you expel them and then they just kind of sit there short-circuiting for a little bit going like, why? What? It's like, oh god, what did I do? Nope. It is not possible to change a dwarves' religion. So if you want supremacy for a specific religion, you have to expel everybody who doesn't worship. Which kind of sucks, but that's what it is. But it literally is. They traveled at least halfway across the map. Because, like, my home faction is here. With one singular mountain home, which his population has dropped in the time I've been here. And, 3 hillixes. And I am all the way down here. So, they traveled a minimum of 20 days. Yeah. Wait, hold on a second. What? Oh my god. The release of ships. This dwarven faction actually has population down in here? Oh, that's kind of cool. I thought they were all dead. There's less than 10 of them in each place. That must be like a faction of like 20. Huh. That's kind of nutty. Well, I've been back there in adventure mode before. Okay, so we should be through the ads. Now we can get back to this. So essentially what we need is we need these last few logs in here. And I need some more mechanisms, which, am I still making mechanisms? Yep. Slowly. Which means I gotta go... I can't remember which direction these ones are headed. I think it's to the left, so... Let's see if I kept true to my pattern. Not quite. All right, well, I can definitely place minecarts. I think my dragons are beating up some local wildlife again. Here. And here. And here. The concern that I have with doing it this way is there is a non-zero chance that me pouring lava in here will push these minecarts into a spot where they won't work. So maybe what I'll actually do is instead of doing that, let's just get rid of these routes, this one included. And instead, place them right here. I think that should be right. No, that's dropping 2 on the same one. Wait, is it literally just 3? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's just 3, so like that should be right then. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. So if I get these removed, I can then put grates on top of these, or just bars. Put the minecarts on the bars as of track stop. Pull the lever, drop them all down, and that'll start it. Then I can activate it and deactivate it from the lever connected to this. Seems easy enough, yeah? To theoretically fire lava mist upwards through the grates. If this doesn't end up working, I have a secondary use for this. It's gonna require a little bit more building, but, you know, if this doesn't end up working the way I want it to, I have a backup to make it work the way I want it to. And also, why don't we just connect that to here? So let's go over to this sucker. Grab this lever. Oh, gotta pause game because something's tantruming. Connect that to here and pull the lever when it's done. Ah, Mass Morass is brawling under the influence yet again. Is anybody going to go report a crime? Doesn't seem that way. Ah, he's going to go start a fist fight. Mister, I'm drunk, and I want to punch somebody. I like the idea of the brawling tavern keeper. It's kind of fitting. What'd you do? Did you punch somebody a couple times? You punched a disciple? Scandalous. Literally, every single dwarf here just witnessed this. This is how many dwarves are going to go report the crime. Like, that's a lot. Also, I don't have... Oh, sorry. I read that as I don't have a captain of the guard. No, I don't have a champion right now. Glass half empty is the captain of the guard. Who is currently constructing a building. Narcs. Dwarves are narcs, man. We even have a dwarf named Narc. That's how much of a bunch of narcs dwarves are. Okay, so let's follow Glass. So, well, we have to punish Mass Morass here. So, Glass half empty will go about the job. I wonder if this will count as martial training. Apparently, he really likes incompetently performing the rites of the dead communion in an improperly dedicated. Hold on a second. How is my temple improperly dedicated? I must have been a while ago. Oh, you get to go beat somebody up. You're also very happy, by the way. You love your job? Good question. Well, it's Narc with an E and a K. And 2 A's. So, that. And also, because Glass half empty was cop first. Makes sense to me. I don't know about you. Ah, he's gonna go chain up Mass Morass. After having an intellectual discussion with an acquaintance. He kind of has a cloud of dragons that follow him around. Oh, sweet. My squad's back. Wonder how that fight went. So we went and pillaged a place. And, the Iron of Power attacked the harmonious lie of the Deceiver Depressions at Hexlet. Alien Slayer led the attack, and the defenders were led by a goblin. The dwarf Alien Slayer matched a goblin. It's not even a named goblin? I've never seen that. Normally they have a name. This one's just a goblin. They were led by a goblin. Who was it? I don't know. It was just a goblin. Anyways, of course we had the strong positional advantage because the guy hadn't done anything noteworthy. A goblin's lower lip. It seems like we're beating the crap out of a goblin. In before, it's just the one dude there. A goblin was struck down. Okay, so there is more goblins. Okay, well, we struck down a second goblin. We struck down a third goblin. Just an ordinary goblin, yeah. And we looted treasure, apparently. What do we define as treasure for on this day? Some bucklers, a pick, a table, a leather water skin, 2 copper low boots, a leather quiver, and a copper breastplate. Are we the baddies? Yes. I think we are. We may not be worshiping the undead just yet, but yes, I do think we may be the baddies. You know, I didn't get their name. Yeah, it's like, what are you expecting to do? Steal the dog tag or something? It's just like, I can't click on you underneath all of the dragons. What's funny is, by all counts, this dwarf shouldn't be upset, aside from that they really want to craft an object. So you know what? I'll let them craft an object. You can craft an object after your time in prison. For punching somebody in the hand. Or in the head with your left hand. Oh, hey, look at this. He's repentant after being confined. This is actually good. He's glum after remembering getting into an argument. Here, you know what? We'll give him something to gaze upon. We'll give him a nice silver statue of our glorious god, a nice silver statue of our glorious god, and a nice statue of an elephant, and a nice statue of an elephant. I'm sure he'll appreciate that. Maybe, like, a chair, somewhere to sit, and, like, a table. We'll give him that schist table, the one that was just grabbed by our great dwarves. And, you know, if you get bored, we can give you a gong to thwack. How is his animal skill not legendary? Because he didn't train them. They're just assigned to him. They're already tamed. Okay. Now let's see if I can make the last of these. Nope. Mechanisms are painfully slow. Are they not making them? I mean, we are making obsidian mechanisms. I think I'm just going to place, like, 3 mechanic shops, like, right here. Make them quartzite. 1, 2, 3. I need that to speed up, because that's such a slow process. Oh, look at this! He's so happy now. He's repentant. He gets to be near a table. He's got a statue of an elephant. Although I don't think he likes elephants. He does worship the wrong deity, so, you know, it is his own fault. My dragons are killing the muskoxes again. If they're in a zone where they're allowed to worship, yes, they could. And if he worshipped and was a member of the Dead Communion, I absolutely would provide him with that. But he's not, and he's not, so. Sometimes what I'll do is I will connect the prison to another zone. So, like, I would connect it to, like, I don't know, the library, or a chapel, or, you know, the hospital, or if you want them to get their wounds tended to, or, like, you know, a temple or something. You can do that by just clicking the plus button, and then anything that zone is assigned to will happen here too. So if it's like, maybe you want a dwarf that, you know, you want them to be served drinks, make the prison zone part of the, make the prison zone part of the tavern, and then the tavern keeper will give them drinks. But they can't work in a workshop, just the zones. Okay, so that's been set up. I can now go here and set up a gear assembly. Is this not storing obsidian? Is that the problem? Yeah, it is. How about you? Yeah, it is. Okay, so what about the... Yeah, okay. I don't fully know why they're not just using the closer by ones, but I guess what I'll do is I'll say, take from this stockpile. Done. You, take from this stockpile. Okay, we also have an artifact. This is a servant of Yugeth who's claimed a forge. And they've grabbed quartzite blocks. And what else? Iron bars and... I don't know what you just dropped off. Some sort of gem. Yeah, there's no prison labor. I mean, like, they can ponder. But yeah, no, there's no way for them to, what's the word? Work, because the chains that they sit in are like, they can go one tile out from each of them, so they wouldn't be able to reach a, you know, they wouldn't be able to reach a workshop, because they have to get to the center of the workshop, so they need to be able to move like 2 tiles over. So they could stare directly at a workshop, but they're just gonna make them sad. I don't think that would really benefit anybody there. Let's go across here and make this into day site. As we're slowly mining this area out. We have a nice amount of nice. The internet has destroyed my brain, chat. What about screw press? Screw presses? Well, I mean, I guess maybe they could use a screw press. Actually, I don't know. Because, like, they're only 1 tile, right? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they wouldn't be able to get the materials for it, so they'd also have to have the materials directly on top of them. Maybe. I've never tried a screw press, but they wouldn't be able to make it into a workshop because the workshop's too large. You're not going to get kicked out of the fortress if you're already in the fortress, Shy Phantasmita. You might get dropped into a volcano, though. Do you have any preference on type of dwarf? Aside from that, though. According to your YouTube chat, you can make them work on current querns or presses, and you can give them a stockpile. So there you go. That answers your question. I've given them alcohol stockpiles before, and also book stockpiles. I made it into a library. Oh yeah, true, actually, pumps. You totally could make them pump things, most likely. No preferences? All right, I'll give you happiest dwarf that is not a believer. Nish. Oh, you're a disciple. I can read. Lemuel the Hunter is not a believer. Shy is a hunter. She's not easily depressed and impatient. Never feels discouraged and is very stubborn and has a low sense of self-esteem. She tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. She likes a little excitement now and then and has an active sense of humor. She tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and she has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. She often acts with compassion and whispers when she's nervous. And she needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She dreams of creating a masterwork someday and personally doesn't really value skills related to fighting. And the best way to get what you want in life is to work for it, she says. And she's got a number of friends in the fort. Budgie, Mas Morass, Onal. She likes the tavern keepers. And the lady in charge as well. And she personally does not really value skills related to fighting. She likes iron, onyx, and cat leather. lungfish bone and the colored lemon, crossbows and bucklers and crowns, and orcas for their great jumps. I've seen that a few times. And the words of the mindful saffron and the sight of the couple of bewildered, that I have the hiccups apparently, where'd those come from? And when possible, she prefers to consume sperm whale and pomegranate wine and hates hamsters. What is wrong with you? I mean, do you have preference of volcano? I mean, you'll probably, what, you mean like expelled or get dropped in a volcano? Do you have a preference? I mean, that'd be an interesting thing to ask somebody. If you were to choose how you die, would you rather get dropped into a volcano or thrown in the river? So these are getting constructed. I basically just need to go around along to here, essentially. So once we can get that done. Oh. I need more rock mechanisms. Turns out. God damn. This fort is so mechanism hungry. So ridiculously mechanism hungry. Does falling lava create mist when it falls on a grate? Things don't create mist when they fall on something. Things create mist when they fall, right? So falling lava creates mist. Falling, what's it called? Water creates mist. That's how that works. So it's just, they get mist when they're falling, specifically. How high is the jump until I land on the lava? Why would that be your response? Out of curiosity. Oh, you don't have to give one. Take from that. Yes. Instantly, and dwarves, unlike lava, are not told in their brains to path around it. Esm has begun a mysterious construction. Tunnel tube logs, clay, cushion, nice cabochons, obsidian blocks, iron bars, quartzite, rough onyx, opals, nice, and I said obsidian already. Totally, you could do this with falling lava. That's my backup, but I want to see if I can make this work. That's the main reason I'm doing it this way, is because I want to see if it works. Basically, what this is going to do is it's going to be a bunch of mini minecart shotguns, essentially. I may also have to, like, widen these, but to 2 wide, because every time they go over top of one of these bumps, they're going to throw lava out of the minecart, essentially, is the idea. And if they're doing that, then every single time they throw lava out of the minecart is going to just create a cloud of mist, which should cause mist to come flying out of these. Should. That's the theory. Servant of Ugrath has created Sazit Idor, an iron crossbow, and offers it to the trampled machine. I also really hope this works because I've spent a day and a half working on it now. So if it doesn't work, I will be sad because that's a lot of wasted time. This is an artifact crossbow, of course. This is an iron crossbow. Our craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round, nice cabochons and encircled with bands of cushion obsidian cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of nice and clay and menaces with spikes of iron and quartzite and tunnel tube. On the item is an image of Zuntir, work learned, the dwarf, and dwarves in onyx opal. Zuntir, work learned, is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Zuntir, work learned, to the position of king of the Iron of Power in 114, who is no longer king, hasn't been king in quite some time. But I got a spot for it. Zassit Ador. Meanwhile, you know, Happy Dwarf's over here meditating on... Well, who let the pony in? The fuck? Okay. Genius the truth. Hey, chat. I'm going to let the game run for a little bit. You guys can follow Methos, this lovely disciple. I'm going to go grab my sandwich because I'm kind of hungry. And it's 1:30, so it's lunchtime for me. Hopefully nothing horrible happens. If something bad does happen, please shout really loudly and I'll come running back. But
For everyone!
don't go anywhere too quickly. Please be kind to each other. And I will be back in a few minutes. And if you can keep the chat moving and entertain yourselves, amongst yourselves, that'd be lovely.
Sandwich!
And by that, I mean, I don't want just Devilish Potato to be spamming the soundboard the entire time I'm gone. If, like, maybe 2 of you could, or if some of you guys could, like, say hi or talk. I don't know.
Lovely fruit. Tomato. Remove
Or just let Devilish spam the soundboard with Vida's help. That's great, too. I'll be back in like 90 seconds.
and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit. Stop eating ketchup.
It's a Unix system. I know this.
You fucking donkey! Cheese for everyone!
No! Oh, hey, game save. That's not so bad. Cheese in your oatmeal. Twitch chat, YouTube chat is discussing cheese and oatmeal. Please discuss.
For everyone!
I put blueberries and bananas in my oatmeal. And recently peanut butter, which is weird because I don't really like peanut butter.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
I don't know. I've had grits. Grits is kind of oatmeal.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit. Stop eating ketchup.
Everything once? I used to know somebody who swore by caramel popcorn on ice cream. Yeah, oatmeal's an odd texture. I eat oatmeal almost every morning. What, cheese and oatmeal? Is that a southern thing? I'm just genuinely curious because it's a concept I've never heard of before. But, or is it just because I said the word grits? They are. But so's cream of wheat. What's your point? Damn. This dwarf is reading about deep topics. Well, I've said my favorite odd combo of food before, which is Granny Smith apples, peeled and thinly sliced on a grilled cheese sandwich. All right. Let's see how Mass Morass is doing. He all happy now. Look at this. He really liked going to prison, turns out. He had a great time going to prison. How's the fort? Pretty okay. And also, let him just make one of these real quick.
Lanix 7 cheered. X100. Bitnado.
I guess I'm out of obsidian in that stockpile. Well, that's unfortunate. Bitnado. Thanks for the Bitnado. You must have a really big mouth if you can bite all of NATO, but... Okay, so what I'm going to have to do here is I'm going to have to do 2 test runs. Dropping all of them in once. Then stopping the whole thing. Am I going the right way or the wrong way? I don't even... There's been too much time between. So I'm going to have to test this once just to make sure they all go around. Then dropping them all off of it when I slow it down. And then after that, turning the whole thing back on after there's lava in it. And then pressing the go button. And then seeing if I can turn it off and on again. Well, I ate it. It's gone. It was rye bread. Lettuce I grew in my garden. Zucchini I grew in my garden. Fried onion I grew in my garden. I didn't get many onions. They were kind of small. But I still got fried onion. And then sandwich meat, just ham because it was cheap. And a little bit of salt and pepper and some mustard. I made 4 identical sandwiches on Monday evening before I started stream on Tuesday. I also pre-make my oats for overnight oats. It's also part of the reason I like oatmeal is because it's just very convenient to pre-make it. Just like take a bowl of oats and just like stick it in the cupboard in a container pre-measured. That's part of the reason I like oatmeal is for the convenience. All right, so up here. Just gonna get rid of these. Oh, crap. Whoops. I just deleted the body stockpile. That's unfortunate. Whoopsies. Corpses. Refuse. Finished goods. Not artifacts, though. Or masterworks. Just do that. It's fine. All right. You right here. Right there. Iron minecart. You right here. Stop right there. Minecart. You right here. Stop right there. Minecart. Okay. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this, and I'm going to link lever to this, link lever to this, and I don't have enough mechanisms to link it to the last one. Great. Not any vinyl that's worth talking about. I mean, one, they're records, not vinyl. That's the first thing. But I don't know. I don't really talk about the records I buy because I only really talk about records that I buy that are relevant to stream. And I really haven't bought any records that are playable on stream recently, with the exception of the Makeup and Vanity set record that I played earlier today. But for my own personal collection, it's a lot of stuff that, you know, I understand that there's some people here who like the same kind of music as me, but the reality is there really actually isn't that many people who like, you know, blackened thrash metal and stuff like that. And so because of that, it's not really worth talking about. How's the cult going? It's growing well. Like, I don't know, I bought a couple of obscure, like, cassettes for obscure electronic artists, and I bought the new Worm Witch album. I bought the new Empress CD for $5 at a show a couple weeks ago. I bought the new Unleash the Archers. I guess that's the one that people might know. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, it becomes a very obscure music discussion, and then people want me to link stuff, and that, like, kind of throws the whole format out the window, which is why, if you want to talk about records, show up at the beginning of the stream, I guess. But, yeah, that's basically it. That's all the stuff I bought recently. That is including that bottom one. Sweet. Link is the button I'm looking for. Release the Quacken. Well, you do need to realize that Unleash the Archers was a group of people who were playing D&D together. That's how they named their band in 2008. So, you know. When you think about it in that logic, they were a metal band that plays emo power metal music. Like, I suppose. Very sad power metal. The power of sad is powerful, I suppose. Anybody else linking items? There you go. JJ's on it. Haven't seen JJ today. Also focused. You know what's quite funny is, like, for how much I'm neglecting the dwarves in a lot of aspects of this fort, they're actually quite happy. Like, this is a really happy fort. And once this project is done, I'm going to begin the segregation. It will happen. Rolf, thanks for the 25th month.
Hey ho, Crypt Wave. Don't know why there's another month to share, but Crypt Wambler.
I was going to say, didn't you share that, like, last month? It's all the pizza parties? What? How's your dwarf? You are in love with the, I guess, Baron. Yeah. Who also is the religious leader of the fort. Begin as in you would be the first one to be expelled, Jampao. Equal, yes, in that only half of them are going to get thrown into the volcano. Okay, so we got one more to do. Short task the weaponsmith, is that it? Uh-oh. This dwarf really wants to pray to their god. Can't help you there. Which means you're a big suck-up? Would be my take. You did the you did the I was gonna say I thought that you like just resubbed, but maybe Twitch deleted their cookies, and so you get to show off twice. So apparently I got 223 subscribers on YouTube yesterday. Holy shit. That's more than I got for, like, the entirety of the adventure mode beta launch. That's a lot. Jesus Christ. Also, the Godly Tombs video's up to 60,000 views. It's probably that Hell for It video. Well, according to YouTube, that one video has gotten me 440 subscribers, which is a lot, by the way. It's adventure mode. It has its purpose. Calling it exciting or boring is like saying, is playing DayZ exciting or boring? Well, sometimes it's really boring. Sometimes it's really interesting. It's an open world survival game. So sometimes open world survival games are really monotonous and boring. Sometimes they're very consistent and interesting. It really depends on like the day and what you're doing and the activities that you have at your disposal. All right, so these are all here, which means it is now time to go. Okay, you are hanging. What you? You are connected to this lever right there. So I'm going to turn the power on. Adventure mode is an excellent tool to contort your abilities in Fortress mode. That's what adventure mode is. I think these two are pointing towards each other. Like, I think this one's busted. Maybe not. You're good. You're good, you're good, you're good. Okay, it's this one that's going the wrong way. So I'm just going to deconstruct and reconstruct this. And I'm going to... Is there another way through here? Yes, okay. So this side, I'm just going to put... Well, actually, let's just go down here. I'm just going to put a wall piece right here. And then this can be swapped around to the opposite direction. Some of the other ones might be going in the wrong way too, but if they are, and that's it. Then I'm gonna, ooh, I could put the lead door. No, I don't want it to get damaged. Let's just make a rock door real quick. It's like, I could totally put the lead door there. Nope. Nope, that's not a good spot for it. Back from D&D. Hope you had a good day at D&D. Here comes the dwarf to construct the building, probably. Yep, 1, 2, and 3. Should be pretty quick construction. All right. What? 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 A fire imp? Oh my god, I haven't seen a fire imp in... like 4 versions of the video game. Wow. Huh. So JJ, the weaponsmith, has been found dead, and Eustace, the servant of Ugath, the commander, has been found dead, who I think... Yeah, that was my Reign of Tusk's commander. Okay, so... How did it get in? So, fire imps are little dudes that can, like, throw balls of fire at things. And somehow, one got into here. And... okay, it must have come in through here. Because I'm kind of low-key thinking of making a sacrificing chamber in here. So maybe I should wall this off. I mean, you know what? Maybe this is where I should put the lead door. One of them was a believer. Two of them, both of them were believers. But now we're getting to see these containers exploding because our alcohol supply is burning. Or some of our alcohol supply burnt, not all of it. Wow. Well, okay. Well, I'm gonna make some slabs for those two dwarves, because that was JJ and then the commander. Let's just make them out of andesite. That's a damn shame. What's still burning here? Just the blueberry roast? Rotten blueberry roast? Damn. Man, okay. Well, that was unexpected. You know, fire doesn't happen very often in Dwarf Fortress, so when it does, it's like, what? Like, when was the last time you randomly had something catch on fire in Dwarf Fortress? Although, I will never forget the time that I had a fortress that, it was a volcano fort. Great fort, chat. The beauty of that fortress was when it died, it died to a bunch of zombies, right? And I was quick enough to be able to set a trap so that the entire fortress filled up with lava, which was great, right? As you'd want it to. And are these dwarves all injured? So they're all just standing here. It's slightly concerning. All right, well, they're finally finding new jobs now. Anyway, I managed to flood the whole fortress with lava at the end of the fort and killed all the zombies that took over it. And the beauty of it was I went and made a new fort and was like, it's fine. I'll just steal my great adamantine artifacts back from that fort. Little did I know that if something is covered in lava, then it's considered on fire. And if you go to, like, reclaim it in fortress mode via a raid, if a dwarf brings that item back, then they burst into flames. So I sent out 2 squads of dwarves, untrained because there was nothing there. They were all dead. It was fine. 2 untrained squads of dwarves to that location to go steal my items back. And they all came back with books and immediately caught fire upon returning. And that just reminded me of that kind of. Okay, so let's just go and wait for those slabs. And up here, I'm just gonna put a door in once they've made one. It's 60,000. YouTube's always a little bit behind. Roush guy. Welcome home. Oh god, no, pretty much. Or, oh god, why? Oh shit, fuck, why? You know, now that I think about it, I'm kind of amazed that I haven't gotten just, like, random, like, magma crabs walking up through there. What are those going to be used for? I have a theory. It's definitely a video game theory. And a hope. And a dream. And I'm trying to make all 3 of those things come true. So the idea here is lava that is in midair creates lava mist. What's up with the caged prisoner? You mean the one goblin in the fort? He's a goblin. He tried to steal my children. Maybe we'll throw him in a volcano later. Essentially, Cave Town, are you knowingly and willingly sacrificing yourself potentially to the gods? Chat, do I... What do you think? Do I let this dwarf out right now? Or do I run the test? Because we're about to test the minecarts. It's going to be turned off. It's the wrong religion. She's aligned Coven. Einod is the god she worships. Her devotion will be tested. How did YouTube die? YouTube didn't die. What? The YouTube dwarf is still alive. Run a test? Okay. GLaDOS would be proud. All right, we're going to see if the minecarts are going the right direction. That's the main point of this test. You know, she could change the directions of them if they're not working. So this is going to open all of these. 1, 2, and 3. Which will drop them on into here. And, well, found one that's going the wrong direction. And the dwarf is just kind of petrified. And, you know, honestly, I don't blame her. I do not blame her. I, too, would be petrified. If I was standing right here right now, I'd be petrified. But, you know, she's very useful to us. I'm going to go over here and tell somebody else to pull this lever. And also, I can go into here and just say, wait, we don't need this route, or this route anymore. So now we just wait for somebody to come pull the lever. So they should stop at some point. Somebody want to pull that lever? Oh, did I? Oh, I see. Because I didn't pull the right lever. Silly me. All right, let's pull the right lever this time. This lever. Oh, they're so fast? Yep. Maximum speed. Maximum velocity. Okay, so we're going to forbid these minecarts now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell her to go deconstruct this, and deconstruct this. And I'm going to reconstruct them all going in the correct direction. And then I'll turn the sucker back on. And if she doesn't die, and if it's all going in the correct direction, we'll allow her to leave. Seems fair to me. Fortunately, she's smart enough to go stand in the same spot again. I just need to wait for a dwarf to come get her. And there they go. All right, so the system is now working. In theory. So now all we have to do is turn it off. And she gets her life back. Sort of. She's almost there. Why are you moving, dwarf? Yep, stop. Okay. Wow, she climbed out. What a trooper. What a fucking trooper, man. She actually just climbed out. We didn't even need to rescue her. She just climbed out. She saw a way out, and she was like, you know what? To heck with this. Nothing is so important that it is worth telling a lie. She wasn't even going to lie about it either. Good for her. All right, so now that we've done that, I can go over here and I can pull. Oof. Worst case scenario, I just have to add more minecarts. So we're going to fill this sucker up with lava now. So my concern is the lava flowing into here may actually push the minecarts to somewhere they're not supposed to be. And if that happens, well, that's unfortunate. But here's hoping it won't have that much pressure that that'll happen. It should. Oh, fuck. It'll still work. It'll be fine. I feel dumb. That one was made with a rope and not a chain. Crud. Although she did kind of fuck with us a little bit. And the reason she fucked with us a little bit is that was one of the ones that she fixed, right? Or no, it wasn't. No, actually, I think I screwed that one up. Alien Slayer, the servant of Yugath, bestowed the name Anist Moore upon an iron shield. It's a pretty rad name. Anybody want to go translate that on the DF Wiki? So now we just need to wait for this to fill up. It's not going to take too long, but it will take a little bit. I don't have a way of draining this right now, but it won't be too hard to build a way to drain it. No banner flags is creating an artifact. Let's go watch that. All right, yeah, I always forget the objects menu converts names now. Symbols, named objects. The Ignited Temple. Wow. That's a hell of a name, dude. It's pretty good. Alien, do you worship the correct god? I can't even remember. I think they worship the wrong god, but like they're an honorary member. Yes, they worship the wrong god, but they have left... Or no, they're not part of a religion. Is what it is. Is how they got that distinction. All right, strange mood. We'll follow the strange mood while we are waiting for the lava to fill. So what's the over-under, chat? Do you guys think that the mechanism is going to work? Because I'm not certain it will. I haven't seen anything like this before, and I haven't built anything like this before. Dwarf grabs iron bars. Has a hunting dragon. What god do you worship here? Oh, the wrong one. That's unfortunate. Been doing a lot of learning, though. You gonna say yes? You have faith in me? Well, thank you. Well, I can't say that I find your lack of faith disturbing in that case. Also, chat room, I just wanted to mention something while this is running. There's a little video game that's releasing next week. It's called Odd Realm. Oddrealm. The way I've kind of described this game for a while is it's sort of like Terraria to Minecraft is Terraria to Minecraft, but Dwarf Fortress and Odd Realm. It has a lot of very different ideas built on similar baselines as Dwarf Fort. So it's another game with Z levels. It's another top-down game. It's another colony builder. And it has some really cool different playable races, is the whole kind of shtick of it, is different playable races with different forms of structure and the way their factions work, essentially. So if you're interested in that game, go give it a wish list, because it's releasing out of early access literally next week. And it's made by a friend of mine who lives in the same city as me. So, Odd Realm hitting 1.0? Yep. Yes, it is. So, go take a look at that game, because we're going to be playing a bunch of it when it releases into 1.0. I might actually dedicate a whole week to it, so I kind of hope Dwarf Fortress, updates in the next couple days. So, I've got 2 dwarves I need to memorialize. JJ and the commander, whose name was shit. Eustace, there you are. The dwarf, I think? Unless it was... Our imp is fighting... I think it was this dwarf. Could be wrong. Because those are the 2 dwarves that burned to death in the kitchen. I kind of want to put their memorials down here by the volcano. He's got fans in the Twitch pixel art world. I mean, he's a Vancouverite. We've gotten beer before. So I'm just gonna test this sucker. I'm just gonna turn it on. See how it goes. Because it'll take a little bit for it to start working. But once this gets 5 deep, it should start working. I was just looking closer to see if it was working. No banner flags. The weaponsmith has created Edom Kulal, Nagush Hamnir, an iron battle axe, and offers it to the trampled machine. You know, this, ironically, this is something that's going to be easier to see in ASCII, because there will be these giant orange rectangles underneath that if it's working, when it starts working. So let's go to where that strange mood was. And take a look at this axe. This is an iron battle axe. All craftworkship is of the highest quality. It is studded with iron and encircled with bands of llama wool and fire imp bone, and oval magnetite cabochons. Fire imp bone? Oh damn! On the item is an image of a single cut gem and microcline. Also, we butchered the fire imps that broke in. That's pretty rad. You know what? I'm gonna put this battle axe here. This one. And I'm going to put their gravestones up here once they're ready to go. And they both got canceled because they're not yet ready. They don't yet have slabs. Well, we'll let them make slabs. Man, you can sort of see the mine carts flying by down here. So basically every artifact in this fort is a weapon made of metal, because the first meeting zone I made in this map, in this fort, was a weaponsmith's guild, and because of that, dwarves who don't have weaponsmithing just teach other dwarves weaponsmithing, right? And I did start with a couple dwarves that had weaponsmithing, so the idea being that they would just learn weaponsmithing pretty quickly. And then, because the way artifacts work is they just select whatever their best mood is, or whatever their best skill is, and then that is what their mood becomes and what they seek out and try and acquire. It's a pretty efficient way to just make stuff. How many adamantine maces do I have? 0, because there's no adamantine in this fort. I also don't have a single steel artifact because there's no steel in this fort. I don't have flux stone, or none that I've found anyway. I've had to make it myself. So these should be going fast enough to basically be mini shotguns every single time they go up and down. Should be. Man, I really hope this works. If this doesn't work, I'll be sad. I'll be quite sad. If it doesn't work, what I will do is I will make the goblins walk down through here and then back up through here. That's what we'll do. That can be my backup plan here. It's got 4 deep now. Also, this one here doesn't even... Wait, hold on a second. Are they even going down? Hold on, I'm going to follow you. Because it's like... Okay, it is dropping. So yeah, no, it should absolutely fire out the lava because they go up and then down and then up and then they fly over 1 or 2 and then slam into it and then go back down. So yeah, no, they should absolutely be throwing lava everywhere. My God, those are going fast. That is absurd. Also, that's interesting. While items are in mid-air, they get unforbidden. Like, they're unforbidden and the dwarves are trying to haul it. I wonder if that's canceling an item every time. All right, I'm ready to get dizzy. The thing that's really impressing me about this is that it's not hurting my frame rate. I kind of thought it would. Come on. The thing about Odd Realms updates is Odd Realm does expansion packs, not like traditional updates. So he will work on the game for, he worked on the game for like a year and then would release a new version. And the new version would like triple the amount of content that the game had. Like the last major update added a whole new playable faction and like doubled the amount of content that the game has. Now this one's stuck. Great. No, that's not good. Wonder what caused you to get stuck. May have to empty and refill this. Well, there is no way, but the thing is a hauling job appears on them. That's what's fucking with me. So I could just drop another minecart into that spot where that one is. Maybe I'll just do that, like drop 2 or 3 more minecarts in there. Wait for them to all just get stuck. Should have built a way into this to drain it. It's fine. Hey, chat room. If you're listening to the stream, could I get a round of beers? A little lurky today. Also, Infinity, I hope you're doing well, by the way. Just a fire imp encrusted axe? Truly terrifying. I think the best axe I ever had was a adamantine axe that had an image of my queen on it, who had just arrived. And I was like, well, here you go, honey. This is your axe now. I guess you can just keep this. So somebody commented on the I played the worst map in Dwarf Fortress history video. They commented the word bonk, which, you know, sure. But they've edited it. What did it say initially? Like, oh shit. Do you see it, chat? Let's jump over to ASCII. Zoom in a little bit. It's not popping up through the upper layer though. That's the problem. But you see the yellow stuff there? That's lava mist. So right there, that's lava mist. See? So it is, in fact, starting to work. The question is, will it fire it up above? Because that, I still don't know. I haven't seen any of that just yet. So let's turn the ASCII glyphs off. I also still need to fix this one, because this minecart's in the wrong spot. Because if I actually... Okay, where is one? There's one. Okay, so it's not full of lava, not full of lava, not full of lava, not full of lava. Goes up, goes down, goes up, goes down, goes up, goes down, goes up, goes down. I'm not seeing this one filling up at all. It's the one in the middle that's filling up. So only one of 3 of them is currently filling up. It's interesting that this one is going up and down in every spot. I only do that to like show certain things that don't show up in non-ASCII mode. There you are. So this one's full of lava. The sprites disappear for some reason when they're full of lava. Long time bug. Goes up. Goes down. Okay, so they're not actually emptying in between each one. Damn it. Does that mean that there is mist here? Okay. Maybe not. So all of this for nothing? No, not yet. Don't know for certain. But it's okay. I have a backup. If this doesn't work, well, I'll have to drain it, which, you know, we'll have to do soon anyway. Why do they keep doing this? This is the second time they've done this. God damn it. Just siege me properly. Stupid goblins can't even siege me. But I'm pretty sure that's the whole point of science in games like this, right? Is setting up things that probably won't work, for the entertainment of building it, and then figuring out how to make it work based on the fact that they're not working. And that is something I do actually like. More dwarves becoming hammer lords. Because it was working for a bit. So it's possible it's just too full, but the thing is, I want to see what'll happen once this area down here is full and this upper area starts to fill up. That's what I want to see. Because my suspicion is that it'll start to work again once there's a little bit more lava in here. Emperor Iron, what kind of dwarf would you like? The one who writes can get the dwarf. Is this a riddle? Unless somebody needs to say can get the dwarf. Hey chat, type can get the dwarf if you want a dwarf. I don't know if that's what they mean, but. Okay, now I'm not seeing them at all. Oh, are they all stuck now? Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so I do need to drain it. That or I need to throw more minecarts in here. Because they're all stuck. So what is your decree, Emperor Iron? I think I'm just going to throw some more minecarts in here. Because why not? Belly television gets the dwarf. All right, chat. What kind of dwarf are belly television? Do you want a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? No beard? Okay. I'll give you happiest dwarf without beard then. That isn't already named. Aban it is. The cheese maker. You don't worship the holy god of the dead communion. However, there's still belly television.
Cheese for everyone!
I think I spelled that right. All right. This here Dwarfisms is is bashful and is competent under pressure, has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and she has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. She often feels discouraged, and she doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. She tends to think before acting, and she could be considered rude. When she's surprised, she has a very unique laugh. She starts yelling whenever she gets angry, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and is getting used to tragedy. She personally holds the maintenance of tradition as one of the highest ideals and finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort, and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time and dreams of creating a great work of art. She likes gypsum and alexandrite, llama wool, and the color vermilion, gizzard stones and low boots, and millstones and earrings and dogs, and for their sight and dogs for their loyalty and the sound of the lute of sweetness and the sight of the fancy glosses. And when possible, prefers to consume berry and plum helmet spawn. You like eating plum helmet seeds? Okay. And you hate rats. She's extremely tall and her her ears are fused lobed and her teeth are tangled. She's 56 years old and focused. Member of the Trampled Machine and the Farmers Guild. And she saw the story of the removal of Glass Half Empty from the position of Dungeon Master of the Trampled Machine in the early summer of 371 at the Crystalline Tusk, and she enjoyed that. Welcome to the fort. You do have several friends, including Avos. So I'm putting these minecarts up here. Are you... This dragon's the pet of somebody who died. That's a shame. Mirrored devils, hey? Dwarf wants to practice some martial art real bad. Yeah, we'll give you some military training. Iron minecarts are in fact heavy, yes. From YouTube chat, yes, we did in fact raid for those dragons. YouTube, what? You want me to name a YouTube video Magma Mist super weapon? I mean, look up the FAMP. Okay, so let's pull this lever. Groot, the servant of Yugath, was found dead. Telenartho and Groot are currently on fire. Famp with a P, not F. I beg your pardon. And that's not good. It's also like right in the middle of a very inconvenient hallway. Where did it go? What? It was right here. Oh, I see. Eurus the Brewer's on fire. Okay. Okay, so one of the dragons got it, I think? The hunting cave dragon attacks the fire imp, but it jumps away. Cave dragon claws the fire imp in the right foot, tearing apart the fat. So I guess, yes. Ranger Rick's pet dragon cut it up, and it didn't live much long. Are they coming in through? No? Okay. Well, I don't know how they're getting in, guys. Like, I locked the door, so they must have literally come in from above ground. But are they trap avoid? Also, its head's in midair now. That's... something. Did Telenartho die? Yes. Huh. Except nobody witnessed Telenartho's death. That's, slightly distressing. And Telenartho's pet dragon is just standing there by his... oh, by his amulets. Appears they are in fact full of muskoxes. And apparently wolves. Well, that sucks. So, nobody saw Telenartho die. JJ died a while ago. I'm not seeing any slabs in here. What was the name of the other one? I think it was Eustuth? US something? I think it was this dwarf. And then I don't... oops. Nope, that needs to go first. Okay. And, yeah, I can't memorialize Telenartho until he goes missing. Yeah, I gotta wait a week for that one. Well, damn. And some migrants have arrived. Well, can't you tell I'm testing my contraption here? You worship the wrong god. Begone. You also worship the wrong god. Begone. They also showed up on the spicy side of the fort, potentially. You also worship the wrong god. Well... you also worship the wrong god. See you later, Stackhood. Random livestock. Groot caught on fire and burned to death, and I just set him up as a memorial, so you can tell me if he lived or not. I don't think he lived. What about your husband? Nope, your husband's a heretic. Sorry, honey. Nope. It's almost like the people who worship this god are a bunch of sad single people because they never have families. Starting to wonder if the god of death and deformity is maybe not the best for, like, rebuilding a faction. Just a possible thought. Oh, there we go. Hey, speaking of, clam guilt. He's guilty of the clam. I don't know. Why don't you go send a, like, thing to work, like, Steam support? That's what that sounds like. Wouldn't be Dwarf Fortress related. Andrew Rick? But they aren't in your actual folder? I don't know how Steam Workshop works. Try restarting Steam. Somebody in chat might know. Also, I have a caffeine headache, just a heads up. I will say, restarting Steam does tend to fix most issues with Steam. So, that is a legitimate statement. I'm not just saying that as like, hey, try turning it off and on again. It is actually me trying to help. Okay, you worship the right god. How about your wife and kid? Do you also worship the right god? No! Wifey doesn't. Fine. Servant it is. What about the kid? Chose the wrong god. But he's not in... They're actually, hold on. Wifey. You over here. Which religion are you part? Oh, you are a member of the Lion Coven. Kiddo here is a member of the Cult of Seals. So you know what? I'm going to give them the opportunity. We'll give them rights. Yeah, when I was clipping stuff the other night, it was taking a while for them to, like, what's the word? Finish setting themselves up. Or render or whatever. The Communion of Cancer. Okay. So this dwarf is a member of a religion called the Communion of Cancer. Haven't seen that one yet. That's a first. Are they a disciple or a servant? I'd presume a disciple. Like a different denomination, maybe? Hey, YouTube chat. If you guys just become a, like, hive for, like, RP-focused racism surrounding elves, I might actually have to remove your chatting privileges. And by that, I mean just stream without YouTube chat. Don't make me do that. Please don't. I'd prefer if you didn't. Like, it's all fun and games until somebody makes it weird. Y'all are making it weird. Been watching you. It's all fun and games to have, you know, like an adversary in the world. It's fine to have a villain, and it's fine to be the villain. But it's very easy to make it weird, right? Just simply replace the word elf with a racial minority and read what you just wrote. And if it looks weird, congratulations, you made it weird. All right, so I'm going to call you a disciple. I mean, you can hate on elves. Just don't make it weird. It's literally that simple. It's like I can hate humans all I want, which is my most hated faction in Dwarf Fortress. Elves are fictional? Hmm? Yeah, but I'm reading what you're saying, right? And you're in my chat, right? Certainly elves are fictional, but I'm reading what you're saying. Just be respectful, right? That's all I ask. All right, so I've cleared through all that. Okay, so run into an issue here. And that is they stop when it gets too deep. So I need them to be on tracks at all times. So I do need to drain this. Why am I only choosing one deity? Because fun. Why don't I like humans in Dwarf Fortress? Because they are the evilest faction. If you read the faction ethics, they're clearly the evilest faction. And also because I like to use them as a fun example, because I do actually think they're the evilest faction. There we go. Telenartho's been missing for a week. you're in the Twitch chat, type an ! Ethics and read the ethics list. You used to play as humans a lot back in the day. Playing as humans is besides the point. I mean, playing as not dwarves in Dwarf Fortress is just playing boring Dwarf Fortress. And that's not even a hot take, because the only difference between the different factions is like their needs for different types of food and drink, right? So if you are playing as dwarves need alcohol. They need other things, such as, you know, crafts and all of that good stuff that dwarves require, right? Whereas if you're just not playing as dwarves, then, well, you're just not having to, you know, take part in every mechanic that the game provides for you for entertainment. So to me, that's just kind of boring. But that's not really my point here. I think my dragons are probably killing stuff again, but I should probably check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. I need 5 iron corkscrews and 5 pump. Iron pipe. Iron work. I mean, of course, yeah, what they consider crimes would be completely different than dwarves. Anyway, guys, I don't want to ruin your vibe, so continue on. Do as you like. But consider that like a change the subject heads up. And Eurus the Brewer, that was the other one that we lost. And the last fire imp attack. It's always a Eurus. Yeah, well, see here, Daxer in YouTube chat. This is the problem with this argument, right? So Dax says, nobody in Dwarf Fortress is innocent. I mean, kobolds are thieves, dwarves are greedy, humans are ambitious, elves are cruel, and goblins are actually coded to be evil. You are correct, right? The problem is the only race that I see people throwing fake slurs about around is elves. That's the issue. The only race I ever see people talking about mass extermination against is elves. Dwarves go to war with other dwarves as often as they go to war with elves. Yet, the only actual anger I see against a particular faction is elves. That's what I have an issue with. So you're allowed to have fun, and you're allowed to have your RP, and you're allowed to play, and you're allowed to chat. But if all I see is just mass circle jerking of elven genocide, sorry, I'm gonna fucking say something, mate. And I'd say the same thing if you were talking about humans. Okay, but there's a there's kind of a bit of a difference between you're short and stumpy and exterminate the knife ears. What? Like, come on. Like, I hate the fucking fact that this is an argument constantly. If you want to not get yelled at me, sextuple negative, sure. But you'll probably also get yelled at by me because that would be annoying. That's generally the actual assumption, right? Canimus? But you are perpetuating a portion of the Dwarf Fortress community that genuinely bothers me. And you're in my chat, right? It's still just as easy to upset the elves. And it's got nothing to do with meta. If you're calling it meta, then you're just kind of... Sag. That's all I have to say. I give up. I'm not going to argue with you guys anymore. I don't agree with anything you're saying. It's a shame that people talk about things that way. At least we can all agree that everybody likes Gorlax. Yes, and so do goblins. What's your point, Kaiser Nike? Like, quite literally, like, what's your point? So do goblins. Goblins, like, have no issues with cannibalism whatsoever, whereas elves eat things after battle, right? Okay. So they eat those killed in battle. Specifically in battle. Humans don't care about cannibalism if you get away with it. It doesn't matter what the meme came from, if you want to insist on calling it that. What matters is I don't like it. And you're in my chat. That's what matters here. That's the point. Yeah, Tarn, please save the Gorlax. They did nothing wrong. I don't know. YouTube chat wants me to respond to them, and then they do this to me sometimes. Then they're all surprised Pikachu when I don't respond to them as much. All right, so, I had started. Yeah, well, it's okay, Sen. At the end of the day, I'm just going to ignore the issue going forward. Like, if they want to keep blabbing, they totally can, but I've said everything I'm going to say, and I feel that I've made my point. It's okay. Just imagine how I feel. If you think it's tiring to listen to me push back, should just imagine my position. Okay. And also, if you think about it, it's me that makes it an issue. It's not even chat. It's me pushing my preferences on other people. Yeah, generally people are mean well and are just shooting this shit, right? But when you spend enough time on the internet like me, with crowds of people on the internet, you don't want unpleasant people around you. It's really hard to tell the difference between a whistle blowing and somebody's shooting the shit. And this subject just draws the line so close that it's like... And that's all there really is to it. Yeah, but you sometimes have to wonder, are my boundaries worth it? This is what it is. All right, so this was going to be our method of emptying this. Oh, nope, that was tower cap. Looked like iron. Obsidian, iron. There we go. Iron. It's going to take a while for them to haul these over, but it'll be okay. So I need additional rollers to go all the way around because on this corner they stop. That's the problem. It's the corner. Yes, but sometimes I have to accept that my rules are dumb. Sen. You know, it's the same reason I got rid of the no backseating rule recently. It was a dumb rule. Also, speaking of dumb things, the ice cream truck is back, chat. I've never wanted to kill somebody who owned an ice cream truck, but I'm starting to consider it. I wish it would go away and never come back again. Yes, but that would be a, like, ridiculous request, Dax. No, it's not the kids that bother me. The kids will be there screaming regardless of what I do. What bothers me is this ice cream truck has like a 90-second music loop that it plays, and it doesn't stop for like 2 hours. Yesterday it was here from like 4 until like 7. And he obviously makes bank because he's been here every day. It just looped. And it sounds like a tin whistle. And I already have a like lack of caffeine headaches, so like all right, let's go pretty up the temple while that stuff is getting constructed. You can go get ice cream, yes, if you want. You're more than welcome to go get ice cream. Like, there is part of me that is, like, really happy to see ice cream trucks because they suddenly reappeared after, like, I have not... This is the first year since I moved here that I've seen an ice cream truck. And it's kind of nice to see them. Like, it's like people are acknowledging each other again. It's kind of nifty. Maybe it just means times are tough and people are desperate for money, so they're buying a truck and filling it with ice cream. But, like, man, I wish they had a better format of advertising. Very loud counter music. I think I'd be the one that would get in trouble, not the ice cream truck. Like, truth be told, I'm pretty sure I'd get in trouble if I did that. Until 6 tomorrow? Is that your cheat day or something? What happens at 6 tomorrow? All right. Working on this. Oh, I mean, I technically have ice cream in my fridge. Well, I have mochi puffs, which are delicious. Hey, Jam, you don't need to run wild with it. Let's move on, yeah? That's so bougie. I'm diabetic, so, like, mochi, like, puffs are very, very, very low in carbs. So I can have 2 of them, and it's, like, doesn't really affect me negatively, whereas ice cream is, like, dangerous. So I will take the bougie option sometimes if it means I can actually have a dessert once in a while. Besides, nothing wrong with being a little bougie. A lot of food that's diabetic friendly is bougie. Yeah, I know. You went up the neighborhood. You went up the neighborhood ice cream truck once and discovered a family working it. Yeah, I mean that seems like a fun way to spend an afternoon. Nice blocks. Still queuing up, working through those blocks. A few at a time. So, Stinthad, the elephant tender, needs a dining room and a tomb. Which one of these looks like a dining room to you, chat? Pink, blue, or gray? I realize that's not a very, clear question, but, which one of these rooms looks the most like a dining room to you? Gray is modern standard. This is true. It's like that and beige. Gray looks like an office. It does kind of look like an office. Although this is already their office, but I was going to give this to the other priest. We could make this into an office. What color is taupe? I don't actually know. I'm sure Google can figure this out. Oh, okay. That is just like modern, housing paint colors. Got it. Ugly brown, gray, off beige thing color. Non-offensive color is what that color is. It's like tan. Yeah, kind of. Off beige, tan, sure. Slightly darker beige. Okay, so it's beige, but they put in less beige. Puppy diarrhea. Yeah, that's another way. So it's so oddly specific, purple. So oddly specific. Now, this may accidentally set somebody on fire, and if it does, well, that's a shame. Also, I should note that my bookkeeper died. I'm gonna give it to Grandpa. Grandpa can become the new bookkeeper. Which gets this little office down here. Died to a fire imp. Still is a pretty decent dwarf. He's got many family members that are also servants. Wants to practice a martial art and pray and do a bunch of other things, but that's okay. You don't need to do any of that stuff. You can instead simply go and, do our paperwork. As we drain this thing out. Mainly because she's colorblind and she thinks most things are taupe. Oh. That's a little harsh, but is what it is. Could totally just plug these into the same power as this. So I could just turn these on and off. This will drain pretty quick, I think. decently quick. Actually, maybe pretty slow. Here comes another one. There goes that one. What's the project? Well, I'm not certain it's going to work. But the project is, well, You know, now might actually be not a bad opportunity to upgrade the project if I'm not positive it's going to work. The weaponsmith has been taken by a Fey mood. So we've got another artifact coming up. We'll keep an eye on that. So the project is pretty simple. It's trying to use minecarts to create magma mist. But so far it hasn't proven successful. You got her fancy colorblind sunglasses so you don't feel guilty anymore? Gotcha. Hey, Elfie and YouTube chat. I'm going to just say this. Change the subject. If you can't do that, I will not let you guys have a chat room on the YouTube stream, okay? It shouldn't be so difficult to figure out, okay? It's the last time I'm saying it, okay? That's end of subject. Done. Flat. Stop it. I want you guys to be able to have a chat. I don't want to have to do this. I can't enforce the YouTube rules as effectively as I can on Twitch. Hey, Jam, just know that I trust my mod, right? And you're not helping. You're actually making it worse. Your cousins are a bit unruly? Certainly seems that way. It's okay. You're entitled to clutch your pearls, El Tanko Joe. Continue clutching. Caress them, even. These are the cousins from the outlaw side of the family? Yeah. Take a ride on the wild side. I do have an idea on how I can upgrade this, though. Thinking if I cut out the middle chunk here, put a big ramp in the middle. Why you gotta be so mean to Australia, glass half empty? Jeez. Wasn't Australia's choice to be put there? Sheesh. I'm sorry I stepped into your guys' beeswax, YouTube chat. They knew what they were doing. Honestly, I can't say. Also, Australia's a bit sweary. They're a bit cunty. Is that what you're saying? I have no idea what you're talking about, Mark. You're the one repeatedly bringing it up. Remember how a couple minutes ago I said, shut the fuck up and change the subject? I don't care what you're talking about or what somebody got offended at. I don't like being the parent in the room. Y'all are adults, right? Shut the fuck up and change the subject. Jesus fucking Christ. Grow the fuck up. Hey. Australians didn't, the Brits did. The Brits knew what they were doing. Is it normal for a dwarf child to be wearing 10 crowns? Sounds like the dwarf child is greedy. Speaking of, not a dwarven child, but a dwarf, Olin, the weaponsmith, has created Shadmal Avath. Uh-oh. Chat's gonna love this one. I come in Ral. Uh-oh. An iron crossbow. Another one? And claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Vukar. Strike boards. Another one? Another one. This is an iron crossbow. A craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round nice cabochons and encircled with bands of iron. On the item is an image of forgotten beasts in onyx opal. I once counted a total of 56 rings, crowns, amulets, and bracelets and earrings on a dwarf. They were all made of lead, and I couldn't figure out why the dwarf was moving so slowly because they had no injuries, and then I looked at their clothing. I think I'm going to have a new militia captain, this dwarf. And in their gear, I'm going to give them that crossbow. Iron crossbow. Fashion more important than movement speed? I figured that they were training for the military. That was my theory. It was like a Dragon Ball type deal. Instead of making new words, they just add compounds. Yeah, just add more words to word. Make new word. Easy peasy. I just wish that there was more structure to the Dwarven language. Okay, so these goblins have taken over a lot of these elvish locations. But this is a different goblin faction. This is the National Nightmare. The ones that have invaded us are these guys, the Deceiver of Depressions. So I'm going to go slap the National Nightmare and tell them where we are. The Glum Scorpion. That's a good name. Beach Spirals, Wonderglode, Torment of Vengeances. The Organized Lie. I will go after that. Shouldn't have been naughty. They shouldn't have been criminals then. I'm not Australian. I can't say anything about this. 42-ish. Fish? 42-ish? What's so toothy about it? Well, now it's starting to look kind of, you know, that looks awesome. Starting to look a little boat murdery here. Look at that. What a visual. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers for Freeways keeping that sub alive? In any existing human language? What, in real life? I mean, I can't speak to it. I speak English, so... Trying to make some additions to this that'll make it work better. We're changing the science ever so slightly. And then down in here, I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna deconstruct this. These dwarves can probably just stop pumping this. We'll just let it run for a minute. Actually, we're in an ad break, so that's perfect for this game to save right now. You know, I guarantee you somebody's already like either drawn that or made some crappy image generator generate that, Chris. The YouTube chat is discussing the complexities and depth and intrigue of a dwarven reality TV show such as the Kardashians, but Dwarf Fortressified, where everybody's just a dwarf. I think that would be terrifying, but like, you know, sure that already exists. Such an image. You're not wrong. I forget that I make those videos, and then every now I made a couple Dwarf Fortress lore videos a while ago, just kind of taking stuff from the wiki and like talking about it. And I keep forgetting that I actually made those videos, and then every now and again people bring them up. I'm like, oh right, yeah, I made those, didn't I? Huh. Anyway, I forgot I made those. I feel like that's like most creatives though, is they just make a bunch of stuff and then forget most of it. There was somebody who was trying to make a tool like that, but I don't think it ever finished getting developed. Which is usually the case for those tools, is somebody starts developing it and starts a Patreon and gets all excited, and then nobody supports the Patreon, and they go, well, fuck this. And then they stop developing it. Oddly common. For infinite worlds in the DF universe, for all the players generating them for each playthrough? Armok. Armok is the god of blood, and when Armok gets bored, Armok creates a world to watch it destroy itself. I'm an idiot. I should have known that would have happened. Who just... Okay, so use all the minor. Maybe you'll be lucky, and you'll land in a spot that won't be on fire. Well, I do actually feel bad about that one. Man, he's bouncing like repeatedly.
Bring out your dead!
Should have known that would have happened. I should have expected that, but I didn't. Did that destroy mechanisms? Yes, it did. That's fine, though. I mean, the whole thing's getting turned off. Section of... Did somebody... Did I not delete all those? Okay, who just fell in now? Shark jumping walrus, why would you? How could you? I don't have any minors anymore, just majors. Thought it was a funny. I mean, I guess he did. This one's gonna collapse too. So, you know. Yeah, anyway, I can still fix this, but I can't undeath those dwarfs. You do what you want? I mean, I suppose you did. It looks like the game's paused now because nothing is moving. I should really power these. Time to study necromancy? Not if the body's gone. Which, I assure you, body gone. Necromancy won't help if, like, literally there's nothing left. It's sort of like cloning. It's like, if there's no semblance of DNA left, then how can we clone them? All right, so we're going to make some changes to the way this thing works. And I'm also destroying their way in. Because I'm a good dwarven overseer. Uzol the miner has been missing for a week. Well, like I said earlier, that's really unfortunate. It's terrible that that happened. I will send a letter to their family in 9 to 24 business days. Assuming they had one. And knowing Dwarf Fortress, most of them didn't. We're also going to need, like, an ash sculpture maker person thing. That's the technical title. Also diplomacy. The human chancellor Gorpu Konsodu has come. Greetings, noble dwarf. There is much to discuss. Welcome back, Xerox and YouTube chat. It's such a pleasant place you've carved out for yourselves. Sure. Yeah. Definitely. There's no merchants trading right now. I mean, it's early summer, so they're not here to trade just yet. Now they've arrived. Did they bring wagons? Shark jumping walrus has been missing for a week. No wagons. Me sad. Much disappoint. Bring wagons. Or no trade. Oh, well. Looks like I need to make slabs. Let's just make 20 of them. And I'll memorialize those dwarves as they come up. Okay, so in this, currently, we have 27 worshippers, which means I need 27 bedrooms on this top side. 27 worshippers means 27 bedrooms. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's put some statues up in here. And this is going to be a dining hall dedicated to our glorious Baroness. And of course, religious leader, fortress founder, and lady in charge. There you go. You can have that. And we can give you some of these. Just a couple. And I can give you 2 of these. And that'll make her happy with her dining room. Does still need some weapon racks, though. Which, frankly, could just put over there. But, we'll wait for this room. Let's just wall this up first. No, I need more blocks. I'm out of day-site blocks. Also, they did bring wagons. I wonder what things they've brought to trade with us. Oops. Did anybody else get really confused when they first started playing this game that giant cave spider silk clothing does not imply that clothing is also giant? It took me way too long to figure that out. It's like, but there's this one's giant though. All right, so let's bring in 62 items. Let's also say, oh boy. Sure, we'll bring that armor bin. So while all of that nonsense is being worked on, yes, okay. So down here, we'll just go all the way across like this, basically. So I'll give them an additional bottom chunk, basically. A giant silk thong, because somebody needed a really big thong in their lives, okay? Somebody's life just wouldn't be complete without it. Fortunately, this isn't going to change the power requirements for this much either. And then I can just do ramps all the way along this. And all the way along this. Still not positive that this is even going to work. That's the, like, actual truth of this, is I'm still not positive any of this is going to work. Okay, so you, right there, iron. And then they can continue working on that, and I'm going to go over here, and we're going to go try and trade with these humans. I'm always pleasantly surprised when they bring metal for the first, or when they bring wagons for the first time. It's like, oh yay, you brought wagons. Look at that. Well, they didn't bring any fun animals, just peach-faced lovebirds. Piles of spears and random weapons and things. Tons of books, though. Can't even afford them all. That's how many there is. Some of those are really expensive. 1,900 Dwarf bucks. I think I already have that book, too. These are all copies, too. These ain't even originals, man. This human's trying to rip us off. What is this madness? Thank you for your service, regardless, humans. I'm sorry, what? Why is there a tame stray bull moose in my fort? Are you mine? How the fuck did I get a moose? Okay. I mean, it's possible. I don't think I've ever seen a moose just arrive as part of a migrant wave before. It's a moosiny? Mm-hmm. There was, in fact, a moose in the hoose, yes. And he was on the loose. Okay, so what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to have to swap from these nice upward tracks into the less nice into the less nice tracks, basically. Man, I wish I was better at remembering what direction I had these set to. Would make my life so much freaking easier right now. You want to pick up the wife from lunch? Well, there you go. I wonder. This might actually make it easier. Is this bottom one going the wrong direction? Oh shit. Telenortho's ghost has appeared. I'm way too obsessed with this project. Hey chat, if you guys tell me to just give up on this project and build something else in its stead with minecarts, I will. Because I'm starting to think that this might be futile. The more I look at it, the more I'm like, I don't know about this one. Fortunately, now I have all these pieces built in right here, and I also have power, so... You live not for long! Looks like this could work with modifications. I mean, isn't that just about everything? If you modify it enough, it'll eventually work. I totally put that in the wrong spot. So get rid of that. Okay, you right here. You right there. And you right here. Man, still can't get back there. The modifications I'm doing right now? Well, here's hoping you're correct, because that would be neat. But yeah, we did in fact see mist earlier, so yeah, fine. We'll finish this final attempt, I think. But if this attempt no worky, then I'm gonna give up. just for my own sanity. Actually, maybe I should go down to here and just do it this way. Let's do it that way. What's wrong with this one? Excuse me? Game, please. Go up and over. It's not that difficult. Oh, I see, because there's no ramp there. Duh. Of course. But then these have to be deconstructed and reconstructed. I should be able to go along the bottom here. All the way to there. Go up one right there. Go up one. Still can't reach that one. Go down one over here. Those are cave dragons. They can't fly and they can't breathe fire, but they are dragon creatures, basically. Dragon adjacent. Dragon-ish? Dragon-like. Yeah, sure. We'll go with that. Because I could just, like, iterate and fuck with and poke and prod systems like this forever. And put all of chat to sleep eventually. But here's hoping I don't have to put chat to sleep. Oh, that mission returned. Let's see how it went. Some of the next generation? What season you on? Yeah, but the Twisted vid, he's using a physics bug that I'm not using. I have to get the physics to work in other ways, right? So the whole fun for me isn't just like finding physics bugs. The whole point for me is finding my own way of making a thing that I know can theoretically work without using the physics bugs. Also, I think I figured out where that moose came from. Looks like we stole a mule, a turkey, a trisol peregrine, a bull moose, and an emu from that location. Well, that's fun. Speaking of fun, let's see if that squad is good enough to go steal more dragons. Good luck, dwarves. We're sending out Alien Slayer and friends. Gazoom, Bumfire, Wizard Birdman, etc. Seems like we're the thieves who stole the moose from their hoose. That's what happened there. And I'm going to go down here. Grr. Hey. Really wish I could make these over multiple Z levels. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. I'll just do single tiles in the middle. You know what's funny, jam is I read the same wiki articles a long time ago that Twisted Logic got all of his strats from. So you need to realize, one, he didn't come up with any of those things. And two, none of those things are new. So you're telling me to watch a video, which I'm very much ignoring you telling me to. Because one, yeah, I'm aware. And two, I'm trying not to do it that way. It's not YouTube beef, you silly goose. What is wrong with you? It simply means that I don't directly rip strats off the wiki for defense, because the fun of building a defensive structure is coming up with it my own way. Yeah, because everybody thinks he's a genius, which isn't true. Those are literally strats as old as time. So you figured out the problem with your mining through aquifers. You didn't realize that smoothing the aquifers was letting everyone be a stonecutter, so I simply wasn't smoothing the aquifers. Well, there you go. There you go. Glad you found the issue. I guess the easy way to do this would be this. Just alternate having no ramps on one and the other, and then get rid of all of the mechanisms along this side and that side, and then swap them in. Swap them over one tile. Besides, it's all YouTube pork or bacon. No beef here. Or chicken. Chicken's pretty good. Okay with YouTube chicken. It'd be like the resurrection of YouTube poops. Let's just do it this way. So I'm scared the tracks not connecting there will cause them to crash. But yeah, if I wanted to just watch a video or read a wiki article and take an old strat, I would do that. But that's not the point of this exercise here. So. It was all light, so no idea if a heavy aquifer looks different. Heavy aquifer outputs about 5 times the amount of water per tick. That might be 10. It's just a significantly higher output of water. Makes them quite formidable, but they're also not that bad. I mean, I have a heavy aquifer that is in the corner of this map that wasn't flowing anywhere near as fast as I wanted it to be flowing. For quite some time there. There we go. Now it's just this one at the bottom. Going over to there. Nice blocks. Come on. Use boulders too, because they're close by. Then I can do this. Finally getting close to prototype part 2. Now I just need to see if I can remember what direction these would go. I think I have these right, but we'll see. That's definitely the wrong way. Besides, the one thing that I truly know about YouTube beef is that all YouTube beef is vegan because it's all fake. None of it actually exists. The vast majority of that shit is just people making fusses for clout. That's all that really is. It's my hot take of the day, chat. Gotta get that community engagement? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna let the... I'm literally just waiting for this water to disappear here. It's like, why are you still there, water? Let's just dump some water right here. Trying to figure out how I can do this. I don't really want to deconstruct all of these iron grates, but I guess I have to. Just a lot of buttons to click. Good thing to do during the ad break. Some migrants have arrived. Never mind. No clicking. Just waiting. What? Where'd you go? Oh no! Heretics are escaping into my fort. Sneaking into my fort, maybe. Oh, hey, never mind, you're not a heretic. Member of the Dead Communion, a proper dwarf. Member of the Lion Coven, an improper dwarf. How about you? Sorry. I got lucky on that first one, I think. Aha! Double points. Okay. You worship the wrong god. How about your husband? It's two of you. Can't have it. You, Gath, aren't you supposed to be in the military going off to go kill somebody?
Nani?
But, buddy, I'm not a fan of this, but I mean, if you insist, it's mildly concerning. Actually, it's quite concerning. All right, let's go back up here and keep clicking these buttons. So what I think I'm going to do is just build a floor on either side of this and then put these in the middle. So just have two grates in the middle. That's probably what I'm going to do. Oh, come on. The water landed in the wrong spot. Just... Okay, actually, I could dump the water from up here even. Get rid of this one. And I can remove that floor, maybe? You will definitely flood yourself the first try. Fun fact, lava is less dangerous than water. Well, in my opinion, lava is not as dangerous as water. I think I should leave that caveat there. But yeah, I do genuinely think that water is less dangerous than lava in this game. Question that you thought about while moving about your day yesterday. Okay. Yeah, lava moves slower. Which is why I personally think it's significantly less dangerous. Okay. So far, so good. Is there a safe way to train dwarves these swimming skills? I have a video on this. Minus 37 and no cavern? That's not strange. I had a fort once that the first cavern layer was at minus 110. And then it was 1, 2, and 3 stacked together, almost like interconnected. And then the lava sea. But I think it's in the ideas series. But I do in fact have a video on this. But yeah, it involves basically making dwarves ride minecarts through water. Because if dwarves ride minecarts through water, they drown. And while they're drowning, they're training swimming. You had a compact map like that and ran into an adamantine spire on layer 1? Was layer 1 underground? Because if it's above ground, that's kind of wild. Okay, got a bunch of stuff that appeared dead. I can clear a bunch of things. Squad properly has returned. Why did one of the dwarves return without you? I mean, you can say adamantine spire, it's fine. Forces slipped in and trampled. We searched there. We freed the dwarf Ildari. Oh, shit. Wow, really? I freed one of my dwarves? Are you for real? That's kind of crazy. Is there actually prisoners there still?
Woohoo!
Huh. That's kind of wild. Let's send them in again. Van Ori. Sprinkle Whips. Wishes to ride in Goretusk for the reason of sanctuary. I kind of doubt it. Oh, we also got Napalm back. Also Ulfsire back. Wait. Oh my Christ. What fort are these dwarves from? Holy shit, this is JJ's dad. How? What? Chad, it's from the Big Fall of the Still Mirrors. What fort was that? Was that... Who? I can't actually remember. But it's like Flaxer, Nikola Tesla. Which fort had Tesla in it? Was that Fire Orb? This is Napalm. Was a citizen of the Still Mirrors. Hold on. Of course, none of them are going to be believers, but there are guests, I would say. Okay, so that was Fire Orb was the hot sparks. Spirit Home is where they came from. Well then. Okay, so none of them are going to be part of the same religion. I would say they're not a long way from home, actually. Okay, so we're right here. This is Spirit Home. They're actually closer to us than the place that we just freed them from. But yeah, in total, it was Van Ori, Napalm, Ulfsire, Olan, Nikola Tesla, Lanix. What are you wielding, Lanix? A silver whip, eh? He believes that this would be a safe place to stay. Man. I'm just like kind of wowed by this because this so rarely happens. Sorry, this dwarf really likes Cave Johnson. She's in love with Cave Johnson.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
So if I say no, they're just gonna like slink off and go home probably. That's like 16 or something. Hicks? Or no, maybe it's like 16 adventurers. I don't know how many forts. I can't convert them. It's not possible to convert somebody to a religion. But, you know, we might be the Dead Communion, but... Oh, Alien Slayer named his hammer. Illustereth. I'm going to say yes to them. They'll be our guests. Of course. They'll be our guests. Can I put them in a military squad? I don't actually know if I can. Yeah, so it won't let me put them into the military, even though they've arrived. Wow, this dwarf is like... Ricote Clam Cave, the Splash of Skulls, like, loincloth. Forgotten Beast. Silk loincloth. It is made from well-crafted Ricote Clam Cave, the Splash of Skulls, Forgotten Beast silk cloth. Oh, so you've hit Dwarf Fortress's equivalent of Bedrock, if you played Minecraft Proxo. Also, do they have steel gear? Or, wait, what? Oh my god, they're wearing goblin gear. Probably because I stole it from the goblins, most likely, but... That is impressive. Wow. All right. Well, let's go attack them again. Also, look at the population of this fortress now. Seduce Deep. It's now 50. Whereas previously it was at 75. Also, something that's really funny about this location. Also, I've now set up 2 missions to raid it. That's fine. Let's do the 1. Something I think is really funny about that location is I had an adventurer in there recently, in between the 2 forts, that walked through it. And I didn't free them. They were presumably in the cells somewhere. Like that necromancer adventurer I had, totally walked directly through there. That is very funny. This dwarf, all right, yeah, this dwarf was the one who had Tellen Artho as his master. Or as her master, rather. Her boss was Tellen Artho, who's currently a ghost in this fort, but unrelated. Also, Burr, this goblin who is in a cage here, is apparently a religious figure. That's enough of a reason to throw him into a volcano if I ever saw one. Don't mind me, just, you know, building something mean for big meanies. Walk the plank. Well, more of a get unwillingly dropped off the plank. Then that other squad is going to go attack a peer devil. A peer devil. Okay, so scanning this. Is all this done? This spot right here. And then I just need to do this. Yes. And this. Then I can turn this sucker on and we'll see if it'll work. Maybe. Fingers crossed. Tesla Scarlet Floors wants to join. Joins Goretusk. You know, I cannot remember the last time I successfully freed prisoners. Besmer Thrower Tongs. Like, Chad, have any of you ever successfully freed prisoners? Because I can't say I've ever done that in this version. I know I've done it before, but I couldn't tell you when it was that it happened last. My own fort, yes. Of another fort in the same world, no. Okay. Well, you don't know that they're there unless it's from your own fort. I know there was one time I randomly rescued some bard, like some human, and then we went and looked it up later, and they were like a criminal overlord or something, which is kind of hysterical. They were not a good person, I guess, is the answer there. They get killed always. I don't know why they're canceling that job. Right there. Olan Theater Fish. Van Ori is sharing a few rumors. Well, a lot of items are known to be here. But it appears that the elves over here are being attacked by the humans. And also, I just realized that the elves have a location here called that has a government called the Holy Crab, which is really funny. And the Dark Goblin Fortress of Weekstolen, Vile Scandal became the holy incense of the true faith, replacing Sesla's somber magics. That sounds like a dwarf. It's good to learn some local hearsay. I'm still trying to throw lava around to make mist. That's still the hope, it's still the plan, and still the goal. Have I done it successfully yet? Nope, but still trying. Probably also turn this sucker on. Well, actually, is there minecarts around here somewhere? Oh my god, there is. Where are these minecarts? There's one there. So no, I can't actually turn this on. No news from the previous fort. No, it was right in the middle of the new news. The new news! I mean, this is the previous fort, right? Spirit Home. This is another previous fort up here. Fire Orb. But Portal Den, this is one I want to go after. The West Tix. Because that was a Dwarven fortress that was taken over. It would be fun to capture back a Dwarven fortress. Granted, I also want to go after this place, Sling Cruise, because that was one of my fortresses. And Steel Feints. And some of you might recognize this place. You guys saw the VOD or the adventure that I had called, I think it was titled An Elephant Never Forgets, where I was an elephant adventurer. These people at Armcraft and this place at Witch Teeth was the place I attacked and killed hundreds of goblins. Okay, so there. Let's just go here and plop that last floor grade in, which will probably be this one. Yep. Lanix wishes to reside for the purpose of sanctuary. Sweet memories? I mean, more like sad memories. That was a pretty tragic adventure, but... Sure, sweet, yes, we'll go with that. You do mean traumatic. Sweet trauma. All hail sweet trauma. All right, I think I can lock this now and pull this lever. Next up, Flaxert. Riddle bridges. So somebody probably coming to pull a lever. Is it you? Ah, there you go. Coming to pull the lever, are we? Yeah, you can. You can reclaim an old fort. Okay, so those should all be in there. So I can now pull that lever. Then I can go over to here and grab this lever. Give that a pull. Now we wait. What? Oh, is one of these going the wrong way? Guess that one's going the wrong way. Okay, hold on a second. Well, these two are working. Well, I found one that's going the wrong direction. It's that one. So I do have to turn the power off, unfortunately. Wait, hold on. No, it's just this one isn't powered. Okay. Oh, wait, no, I see. They just already had turned it off. Got it. So this needs to be swapped around. Oh, duh. Yeah, there's a lot of things that you can do in Dwarf Fortress. You legit thought that you had to start a new world for every fort you make? Nope. No, the whole reason Dwarf Fortress is interesting is that you don't have to do that. And also why in the Dwarf Fortress community, Monolith Soft's Lord of the Rings game, Shadows of Mordor, or the Shadow of the whatever, those games. The Lord of the Rings Assassin's Creed games. The reason those games are a bit of a joke in this community is because Dwarf Fortress has done cooler systems on that for a very long time. Essentially, like, allowing you to run into old characters from previous, or, like, have characters show up at your fort that were in previous forts in various formats, which is always entertaining and fun. It's what makes Dwarf Fortress cool, is its persistence. Like, one of the coolest things that you can do in adventure mode is have, like, reoccurring characters in forts, right? So a lot of people seem to think that, oh, if a fort dies, the fort's done, right? Well, no, right? You could have an adventurer that's in that fort, and instead of killing the fort, you could just retire the fort, and then reclaim the adventurer who you left in that fort previously, grab a bunch of items from that fort that you liked, that you want to keep, and then travel somewhere else and eventually retire the adventurer elsewhere, and then find a new location for a new fort, retire the fort before you actually start building, reclaim the adventurer, walk to where that new fort is going to be, and then have a reoccurring character. Or, you know, start a new fort as a different faction, then attack your own fort. Like, all that kind of fun stuff. There's a lot of, like, nonsense that you can do in Dwarf Fortress, which makes it cool. And that's, like, the whole appeal of this game, is the fact that, yeah, you're playing a colony builder, or like a town builder, or a city builder, or whatever you want to call it. But you're also playing like a really, 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 really slow game of Civ, but every single unit is named and remembered. And then you can go into Legends mode and see if they did anything while you weren't there, which usually they don't. They generally just kind of hang out and drink, which honestly, I would too. Also, I'm in an ad break and waiting for this to finish, and check this out, chat. This is the big video, currently. If anybody's curious about how quickly it's going to take for it to hit 100,000 views, I think it might get there, guys. Because most of the views it's getting now are from YouTube recommended. It's like 30% are coming from browse features now, which is kind of crazy. I cannot remember the last time YouTube did this to one of my videos. kind of nuts. What's the total count? 61,500 views. 452 subscribers. 21,400 hours of watch time. Fucking 47,883 views from recommendations and the YouTube homepage. Your videos typically receive 1,400 to 3,500 views in this same time period. Thanks, YouTube, for making me feel terrible about most of the videos I upload. All right, let's turn the power on this sucker. Eldaria of Karilla. Quake Jewels, the Ardent Rampart of Crests. Oh, So the game just saved. I'm going to jump back to that save because I did genuinely just click the wrong button. Percussagant, what kind of dwarf would you like? I'm going to give him a slightly different name than the last one, though. How is it doing in the fort? How is YouTube doing in the fort? That's going to take me a while to figure out. Okay, that was it. Okay, sweet. YouTube itself is still pissed. Is currently picking up equipment. I don't know what equipment. Has a quiver that's very full of bolts. And is practicing archery. And there's a peregrine falcon flapping around. Okay, I'm going to approve that time. That's what I was trying to do. Okay, that's constructed. Let's lock the door. Maybe not military this time? I mean, the military just returned. I don't know. Here, I'll sort by. Do you want to be a believer in the faith, or do you want to just be anybody? Because we could go with Cyril, the disciple of Yugath, or like maybe Mesos, disciple, or perhaps this one. But he's not a disciple. Exclamation point tickets will tell you if you have tickets. Hey, Lamond. Hope you're doing well, by the way. You had 5, now you have 4. Because you invested 1. Let's go with Cyril. Okay. Percussagant the second. You do have a wife who doesn't worship Yugath. I'm sure you are very embarrassed by this. You try every day to convince her, and it just doesn't work. He prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible and isn't particularly curious about the world. He can sometimes act without deliberation and is somewhat quarrelsome. He is bothered by this since he values friendship and doesn't tend to hang on to grievances. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and there is a emu in my living room. I mean my library. And he is bothered by this since he values friendship and he doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He finds helping others emotionally rewarding, and he rarely feels discouraged. He is moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He takes offered helping gifts without feeling particularly grateful and tends to stretch his own body when he's thinking. And he talks to himself whenever he's bored. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He could have better clothing on, but he doesn't. He's a member of the Marksdwarf squad, and he prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, once again. He personally sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions, and values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior, and does not care about family one way or another. Dreams of mastering a skill. Oh, so you don't care about your wife. Well, that's fine. He likes alunite, aluminum, and white jade, and giant beaver leather, and rammy fabric, and dark tan. Crossbows and helms and floodgates, and the sound of the silky embrace, and the sight of the couple of bewildering. And when possible, prefers to consume 2-grain wheat beer and single-grain wheat flour. And he hates rats. I mean, I could check if she's his beard. Oh. Percussagant likes males and will marry females. Turns out, she is in fact his beard. That's funny. Okay. Thanks, Putnam, for making the Gaydar in Dwarfort, by the way. Oh, he has poor memory, disdains stoicism, and a bad spatial sense. Okay, so Hunter over here is making an artifact. UDK 450, Shinobi. All right. The sucker is running. Okay, I think it's just the middle minecart down here then. Let's plunk these down. And I'm just going to jump down to the lowest layer here. And I'm going to pen pasture. Also, chat, good news. We have baby elephants. Now should be a time of much rejoicing.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
You can make worlds not become evil using advanced world gen if you just simply significantly lower the number of secrets. Of course, they'll be less exciting to play, but... Gonna give the elephants all of this area to roam. How did Calcium Crypt get to do a beer? Because Bone Dolphin knows secrets. Okay, now I'm gonna jump up here. UGDP. So there's UGDP2. There's two of them. One of them is a heretic and the other one isn't. Which is kind of funny, if you ask me. So this dwarf, I'm just gonna put a note here. I'll just say spirit home. Also, he's haggard. Well, that's not good. So I wonder. So if I put a different military leader here, let's just say, just for testing's sake, Corvius. Okay. So even though they're soldiers, I can't put them in squads. So let's see how those two raids went. Hobo, how are you doing, dude? Hello, hello. Yeah, I think they do too. I couldn't remember. I know because like mercenaries you can add to squads without them being citizens. We stole treasure from a Peer Devil. There's nothing there. The Iron of Power slipped into Seduce Deep undetected. And, oh my god. The forces of the Trampled Machine searched Seduce Deep. And the forces of the Trampled Machine freed the dwarf Vaca Studio in Doridius. And the guild... And then we searched the place and stole treasure and livestock. We got more prisoners out of there. Some more cave dragons and a beak dog. Some more cave dragons and a beak dog. How many people are stuck there? Just gonna send them out again. And then the bloody tusks are gonna go pillage this place. Oh. I was gonna say, cancel that, but then they all left again. If that's a bug where they just appear and then immediately disappear, that bug sucks, man. Hope that gets fixed one of these years. Oh, okay. This time it wasn't a bug, I don't think. Because there's a snatcher. Protect the childs. This is just a goblin thief of the true faith. All right. Dragon, get him. Get him? Kick his face in. Break his shins? Or don't. I mean, you could just let him run directly into the fort. I'm sure that's fine. I doubt anything will ever go wrong if you just, you know. Somebody shot him with... Okay, so the Marksdwarf Id fires a bolt directly at his head, which headshotted him to death, hit him in the brain, and somehow... he got knocked unconscious, and the dwarf says, "So easily broken, this does not scare me." Meanwhile, the goblin just goes, bonk! Sniped indeed, yeah. Okay, so I need to... Okay, let's just do this. Mine cart. Let's just do this. Forbid them all. Okay, so they are working. Let's get this sucker filling. And napalm whispers stake the last trenches of chewing. Who apparently was also a... Oh, his child is Vodka Studio, who's still here. Who's here as well, by the way. You know, actually, I've got a better idea for this, chat. I'm going to give these guys a separate role. I'm going to call them outsiders. They'll be considered loyalists. So if for some reason we get guests in this fort at some point, it's better than giving them spirit home. Wow. This dwarf was around in the world in the year 350. Felt free after wearing tattered clothing. Has a fancy bracelet. Guess what you just found in your mail? Loot. Spam. A cat. I have an actual guess, but did you find merch? I mean, that counts as loot. Happy after remembering being granted residency. Olan. Outsider. Man, that's kind of crazy. Seeing dwarves that have like they've got memories from like 24 years ago in game. But, you know, still running around. Still here. Like this one. Also nil on friendly terms. That's one of my adventurers. That's fucking cool, man. Also, Lanix is listed as a tavern keeper, which is interesting because I wonder if they're going to do tavern keeper roles, even though they're certainly not this fort's tavern keeper. Yeah, I can't assign them up here either. Very clever use of the box. Yeah, the packaging on those things is pretty great. Hunter, the trader of Yugath, has created Illid Adur, an iron pick, and offers it to the trampled machine. I have a question, chat. Should I make that dwarf, my broker, essentially, should I make my broker into a miner and assign it to them as a symbol? Because I think I should. This is an iron pick. All craftsware ship is of the highest quality. It is studded with iron and encircled with bands of oval day-side cabochons. Rectangular, nice cabochons, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of nice and menaces with spikes of alpaca wool. On the item is an image of dwarves in nice. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Goretusk by the trampled machine of the Iron of Power in the early spring of 365. I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to make you into a miner. Excuse me. And go to you and say, keep your pick. And before he doesn't actually use that pick and just straps it to his back. That's probably what's going to happen. And Vaka, who I think I already set as an outsider. Yes. God, that's so cool, man. Meanwhile, UGDPY, the outsider, immediately throwing a tantrum. Well, that's unfortunate. This, I guess, is what happens when you invite your old problems into your new fortress. Alrighty, Glass, it's time to get to work. It's gonna go beat the criminal. Mistos the weaponsmith was found dead. Did you kill him? Yeah, you did. Punched a dwarf in the head so hard that their head exploded. What are we gonna do with you, dear dwarf? What are we going to do with you? He's still tantruming, chat. But now he's haggard and seriously injured. He's literally in bed in my shitty hospital, actively tantruming. Expel him? I'm not going to say that that seems soft. What do you think, chat? I'm not suggesting that I drop him directly into a volcano, but like, What if I drop them into the volcano? Also, the dwarves have arrived to trade. I'm also just going to put a tin cage right here. And I'm going to sell them a dragon. Because I wanted to do that for a while, and they probably can actually carry it now that they have wagons. Put him in a box where I drop food and corpses on him. Ooh, that's long term. That's brutal, that, man. So what was his actual sentence? Okay, so we beat him. That was about it. He's crying. He's got a dragon sitting right next to him, though. Indiridius, another outsider. This one is not friends with the one who just did the beatings. So you know what? You can join. Welcome to the fort, Indiridius. You outsider. Well, I think I'm gonna make use of this project I have here. And, you know, see if I can make a dramatic use of it, you know? Some migrants have arrived, apparently. So I'll just pause for a second. And just do these. And this. Actually, even better. We'll just do this. Should also check in on this. Okay, well, it's running. So the migrants are coming in from over here. What god do you worship? Wrong god. Be gone. How about you? Wrong god. Be gone. How about you? Wrong god. Take your pets with you. Although I don't think they actually do. Pretty sure you end up keeping their pets. So what do you think, chat? Vile Force of Darkness to throw them into the volcano. Round of beers to expel him. And, I don't know, thumbs down to discuss a new option. If neither of those suit your fancy. Man, this is a tough one. I think I just expelled an entire migrant wave. Chat's not really dedicated either way, really. There isn't enough enthusiasm. It's just like there's like 5 of you talking, really. And I know I don't count the bot. It's actually a tie, almost, between the two chants. Luck meets with the Outpost Liaison, and they say I'm your liaison from Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. They've updated my maps, and I'm going to say, let me see something. Can you bring me elephants? No, they can't. So we had a theory for a while that the reason they weren't bringing elephants was because they were too heavy. I could embark with elephants, but I still can't trade with them. Trade for them. That's crazy. Tisk. Well, in that case, you pathetic mountain home, bring me, I don't know, some wood. They've come all this way. The least they could do is a little tour of the volcano. Yeah. I presume so, Mark. Because I use the same saves between Proton and native Linux builds. I haven't tried swapping between computers, but I would assume they would work. It's a cool looking instrument. Buy the books. And the scroll. Thanks for the trade. Now that this cage is here, I'm going to go dragon. Maybe just one. No, I was able to embark with elephants. So theoretically, they should be native in this fortress. But the traders show up with elephants. You see, there's an elephant right there, right in the middle of the screen. But they do not seem to be able to sell me elephants. Although maybe I should look a little closer. Maybe they have them in cages again, but I doubt it. They use them as pack animals, but they won't sell them to me. It's like I'm just constantly sitting here being super jealous about their elephants. Look at the value of that cave dragon. Nice. Steal them? You literally can't unless I cheat. And also, this is my faction. So, no, bad suggestion. I'll ignore that one. I'll breed my own, thanks. Besides, I've got dragons. I just mostly think it's interesting. Yeah, see, they brought a cat and a nanny goat. Well, I'll buy their gems, rough and cut. Buy the fruit. If it wasn't my faction and I was capable of stealing them without using DF hack, I might consider seizing them, like if it was humans. But I don't really want to piss off my own faction at this exact moment. All right, we've sold a dragon. Our spoils of war have been sold. Speaking of, we've done 2 more raids in that time. And all of a sudden, you're taking down to 17 per FPS, perhaps a bunch of lava flow. It's unlikely that it was the lava flow proxy. Actually, question. What did you open up to do that? Freed the dwarves. Zat wow, I'm freeing more dwarves. Huh. And also stole more treasure from Seduce Deep. It's, are you running DF hack, Broxa? Looted treasure. Okay, so there's nothing left there. 1 beak dogs and cave dragons. A bunch of random crap. I'm gonna go down here. I kind of want to take some dwarves that are not believers and send them out to just go take over a location. What'd you miss? Recovering more and more and more and more and more dwarves from this goblin site. I have a really bad caffeine headache, by the way. Surviving, though. Yeah, I don't like a lot of the stuff that DF Hack adds. Like, I read the patch notes. Most people don't ask me that because they know that. I read the patch notes and then I go, oh, okay. Still happy I turn it off because I disable everything in DF Hack like it's running. But all of the overlay and assist stuff to me it's kind of like, I don't know. I like the searchability and like the menu features. That stuff's nice, like the usability. But they always add in stuff that like just feels like cheating. So I just kind of don't, to be honest with you. Okay, so this dwarf, you are going to go conquer and occupy this location. Hey, Crundelicious. Started a fort today. It has some oddities. You can engrave memorials to dwarves that are very much alive, and you got an engraving of a book being destroyed that is fine and sitting on a pedestal. That's pretty badass. I wouldn't complain about that. That seems kind of cool. But the engraving memorials of dwarves that are alive is odd. So you can't hear. Actually, never mind. Pip, let's see here. Here's the thing, Proxa. If you're running DF Hack, literally do this. Type in exterminate. And if there's a massively large number of animals, like 169 amphibian men, it's very possible that might be your issue. Do I believe it will be left out for now? Yes, because every time he's mentioned it, he's stated that he'll get to it after, like, the other features are ready. Right? It's the last thing they'll do. When I spoke with Putnam last, she said she might try and tackle it and build a UI for it. But that wasn't confirmed anywhere. That was just an offhanded comment. So I do think it will be left out for now because that's what they've said literally every time they have brought it up. It wouldn't make much sense otherwise. Okay, so this is a location I want to try attacking. So I'm going to send the Ivory Priest in here to try and attack this dwarven fortress that is ruled by goblins. So this is a goblin fortress of Portal Den. I would like to take over this thing. If you don't like running DF Hack and want to run it in vanilla, when you start up the game, just type in disable overlay, and it will disable all of the overlay features that really bother me. It will leave some things in, which are kind of nice, like telling you the percentage of cloth left in a spool and stuff like that. That was definitely enter. Hello, Taylor. There we go. Dealt with Telling. So Alien Slayer's taking a nap. But yeah, also, Weekly Meat, I've got a question. Have you played older versions of Adventure Mode, or is current Adventure Mode your only experience with it? Because if you've played older versions of Adventure Mode, like me, you might actually be kind of happy that Tarn isn't mentioning building much. And the reason I say that is because Adventure Mode building is exceptionally basic. It's not like the biggest feature of the game. Like, it's a feature, but it's not... It doesn't let you build a full fortress. You can only build stuff out of wood. You can make a carpenter shop and do some very, very, very basic furniture construction. But there's no real purpose to it. You just do it, and you can claim a location and name it, and that's it. I hope that they delay it, because I want them to work on it. Make it better. And I think it's one of those features that might just disappoint people right now if they get it the way it is, or the way it's always been. Because it's not Minecraft in Dwarf. All right, let's see how this sucker's working. Currently, there is no mist. You'd like to be able to at least build forts or dig some basic caves. So go check the mod, the Steam Workshop mods for adventure mode. I know that there's already the crafting mod is one of the crafting mods has been ported over, or somebody remade it, where you can do all of the fortress mode crafting already. It sets things on fire immediately and causes them to die spontaneously. Thomas is what it does. So keep an eye out for that. And look at those mods, because there's been mods that have let you mine before, and there's been mods that let you basically do all of the crafting you can do in Fortress mode. So keep an eye out for that stuff. But the other... Oh, man, what? Why do they get stuck here? Huh? Me no understand. It's like, it is rolling. It's powered in the correct direction. I don't get. I think it's derailed, but like it's sitting on a scroll on a roller, which is going in the correct direction. So it shouldn't be derailing, which is the weird bit. Yeah, it's literally like you can build a house and claim it, right? It's just like a house that's yours that you can name. If you want an adventure mode life sim, then all we need is building back in and then just the mods that make it into a life sim, right? Because those mods all exist and they're very easy to make. Like, fortress mode isn't moddable in the way a lot of people want it to be. Adventure mode is. Like, you want to just make a mod that lets you be a wizard that can shoot fire out of your palms? Yeah, you can do that, like, very easily. Well, Buddy doesn't like being in prison much. Yeah, I don't know what's causing them to derail, but it's not the first one that's derailed like that. I'm just waiting until I start seeing mist. Because they are moving real fast. It's also not emptying out its lava at any point. It's also not good. You just inhaled a wasabi peanut. Oh yeah, don't do that. That's not good. Okay, so I'm going to close this and shut the thing off for a second because I've got one other thing I'd like to try. One other major addition I can make to this thing. Which is this. What if I basically just build a wall across the top here on either side? One here, one here. Something that they'll slam into like this. And then fall down and then be powered back up and over again. The pits of release hexes to the far north has been conquered and incorporated into your holdings. First of many, I trust. We now have a place to send the heretics. We're just going to make all the... We could theoretically... I'm just suggesting, but we could theoretically... You have 86 demon... Okay, so there's a demon somewhere. So then if it's just a demon, then that's fine. That's not going to hurt your frame rate.
Woohoo!
Then it's possible something is stuck somewhere. Go through your dwarves list and see if any of them have no job kind of weirdly inconspicuously and click on them. Trying to like work backwards the way I would solve a problem like this through your stream. But yeah, gonna get a round of beers to that. We've successfully conquered a goblin pit. I say that is a success. Our grand aspirations begin. Meanwhile, we still have these dwarves off raiding Portal Den, or attempting to. So I'm going to send this one off to try and get conquered and occupied by a solo dwarf as well. So now I just need a dwarf volunteer. Like, shall I say... Mailbill, weaponsmith. Grabs a steel spear, if you insist. An iron helm. It's an opportunity to become royalty, in fact. A great opportunity. Is the YouTube dwarf still alive? Yes. Still pissed, still alive, hasn't tantrumed yet, which I think is kind of a shocking surprise. Wants to make romance. Who would YouTube make romance with? Like, if we were going to personify a website. Painfully single, I suppose. Okay, so these minecarts have stopped moving now. So what I'm going to do is this, basically. Probably not the IRS. Who would make romance with the IRS, though? Let's be real. This does seem like it's trying to fuck adblock. It does sometimes, yeah. Very ineffectively. I'm gonna try probably an overthought, over-engineered bad idea. But I'm gonna try it. Neighbor's Chihuahua's going haywire once again. You wish pinball was more accessible for you? Having not much experience with pinball, I don't know what makes it inaccessible. Or do you just mean, like, there's nowhere around where you can go play it? You really don't like small dogs? I don't mind well-behaved small dogs. But I say that I feel the same way about small dogs as I do about big dogs, to be honest. Ones that are well-behaved are lovely. Ones that aren't, eh. That's about it. Let's jump over to here, grab this, grab this, grab this. Zuthan Brass Wars. Another outsider. Wishes to join the fortress. This one is another, like, writer. Appears that my squads have both returned. So the ones who chat, well, okay, so seizing release hexes was very simple. We just went there and they claimed it. So let's see how raiding Portal Den went. Once again, Portal Den is a dwarven fortress with 6,000 goblins living in it. It's a goblin fortress. They've taken over it. That was taken over by the goblin faction that I'm at war with. The Iron of Power slipped into Portal Den, undetected by the west ticks of the Deceiver of Depressions. The forces of the Trampled Machines searched Portal Den. About the sundial was stolen from Grave of Tongs. They have a library called the Grave of Tongs. We stole Untitled and an Introduction to the Hail Heathers, and probably more. Armor Pact and Beyond, Untitled, Poem Tempests, the Grave from the Grave of Tongs, and the Human and the Toe, and more town was stolen, and we snuck around and we freed the dwarf Moldath Lash Perplex and the dwarf Reg Canyon Roasts, and the west ticks of the Deceiver of from Portal Den and the west ticks of the Deceiver of Depression. So we freed 2 prisoners and stole a bunch of books. Which means I wonder if they're going to show up. I think we should just keep raiding them. We're getting really good at this. Look at that. So this is the location that we've taken, the Dark Goblin Pits. Could probably also conquer some shrines pretty easily. Their books, in fact, are ours. This dwarf joined the fort and immediately dropped pants and went, I guess is going to go get new pants. It's a well-crafted water buffalo hoof crown. It is encircled with bands of finely crafted pond turtle shell. A well-crafted wild boar hoof. You like well-behaved pets? Yeah, well, I think it's kind of cheating to say I like well-behaved pets. Okay, so this didn't work. I was thinking maybe they'd be going fast enough to, like, clear this, but they're not. So that's kind of a shame. So in that case, what I'm going to do is unclaim all of these. Can I... Really wish I could empty minecarts. Can assign minecarts, can't empty minecarts. Okay, well, let's just leave these forbidden right now. Open this. Open this. Don't do any of that. The Pits of Menace flanked far to the north has been conquered and incorporated into your holdings. We've got 2 now. Rumor of our community's acclaim spreads. Power is on for this thing right now, though. How's the stream going today? It's going all right, Elbow. And yourself? Thomas, it did in fact work. What kind of dwarf would you like? Do you have any preferences? Congratulations on your new dwarf. Prepare to be dwarfed. Please assume the bee dwarfing position. A miner called Minorin. Minorin. Do you have a minor in mining? Is that what this is? Well, I don't actually have a ton of miners. But which one would you want? These are my miners. Just worked another 12-hour day. I did like 11 yesterday. I streamed like 11 yesterday. Mage Crafters! Holy shit. Thank you very much for the first notification of money in 2 hours. Greatly appreciated for that Prime subscription check, and I get a round of beers for that. Big thank you. Iteb. This one. Minerin. I'm just gonna do this and say, we'll just say not the train. Just so I remember who named it. Oopsies. I can type, I swear. There we go. You are deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to your sadism. You can see it in his beard. Kind of looks like Fred Durst. He is disturbed by this as someone who dislikes those that seek to acquire power over others. And he is dour as a rule, and he is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings, and he is very polite and observes the appropriate rules of decorum, and when possible. He is currently more rude, and he is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. And he has little interest in joking around and often is nervous. And he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and he's quick to form negative views about things. And he often feels lustful, and he can handle stress. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. And he doesn't really care about anything anymore. The pale fellow crawling around. Pale fellow crawling around? This guy? That's Ranger Rick. He's been like that for a while. Don't mind him. He'll be okay. He personally views tranquility as one of the highest ideals and believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected, and finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting. And has a negative view of those who exercise power over others and sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way and dislikes cooperation. And he likes pitch blend and fine pewter and sard, as well as grackle leather and cotton fabric, and the color bronze. Breastplates and armor stands and blue peafells for their coloration. And the words of the diamonds of depth, and the sound of the laces of pregnancy, and the sight of the sienna sweetness, and when possible prefers to consume big dog and mango wine, and absolutely hates hamsters. Here's the thing. You're asking me to make predictions about Toady 1's development? Please stop that, Weekly Meat. That's not possible. I will most likely be wrong, and all it's going to do is get me quoted in the future as being wrong. So, can you do me a huge favor and stop asking me to predict Toady 1's, development speed and styles? Because I won't do it, and it's not a fair thing for me to do. So, stop that. If you want something to be a feature in adventure mode, mod it into the game and stop asking me. That's it. Well, that's interesting. Streams without Brazil being mentioned, 0. I think it's been that way for years. Most of my career, even. Clearly, they are Legion. I remember there was one day here in Vancouver that was kind of funny. It was all over the news. There was people are lining up around the block in downtown Vancouver, and nobody can figure out why. It's just it's a midday in the middle of the week, and then it's just it's the Brazilian elections. That's why people are lining up around the block. Suddenly makes sense. Okay, so let's unforbid all of this. Okay, so there are full minecarts here. Okay, let's do idea 2 then. That's what I'm trying to do. Deadly Jive, yeah. Your favorite MIT pastime, what is that? If I can ask. It needs 11 blocks. And 11 blocks. Gotta drink that beer to the next president. Oh, isn't that with every situation? So I don't know what to do. Keep doing with these outsiders. Because I'm just getting more and more of them. These ones are just peasants. These ones weren't even in my previous forts. But they are like historical figures. So I don't know what to do with these people. I've got 2 of them right now. You know, Jam Pal, in YouTube chat, you're talking yourself in circles, not really making points, and making yourself just kind of look like a dick. Just a heads up. Corrupting is basically taking stuff out of reuse and the loading docks that would otherwise be trashed. Oh! I call that dumpster diving, but... So chat, I have a question. What should I do with these continuously arriving prisoners that I'm freeing? Do we keep accepting them? Because these ones have never been in one of my forts. Actually, maybe you were. Hot Sparks. Unlikely, though. What do we think, chat? Do we keep accepting them? The old guard. You know, that's actually kind of funny. I could just be like, yes, and then be like, yes, and then say, hey, go to Menace flanked. I'm going to use them to pump up the population. That's not a bad idea, actually. Go to release hexes. Have fun. Use them as shock infantry. I mean, it's very unlikely they'll be a believer because they're all from a different faction. Also, I think I just had a squad return. Yes. Or nope. Down to power. Okay, hold on. Seize Menace flanked. Yes, but you're talking out your ass about something that you don't know that much about, and it's pretty clear you don't. So essentially, you're doing like backseat coaching in a baseball game. The Iron of Power attacked the Doom of Valleys of the Deceiver of Depressions at Menace flanked. The Dwarf Melville led the attack, and the defenders were led by a goblin, and somehow the solo dwarf that I sent by themselves to go take this place over outmatched the goblin with a cunning plan, and the attacker, there was a singular attacker, had a strong positional advantage. The goblin was, they lost an eyelid, they lost a tooth, the goblin's ear or lower arm was ripped and then was killed by the dwarf. The dwarf then killed the second goblin. The dwarf then killed a third goblin. The dwarf then killed a fourth goblin, and then took over the place and raised the flag of us. And the new government was called the Worshipful Crypts. This was a dwarf that was never in my military, by the way. Just walked in there, got a martial trance, murdered everybody, and was like, I'm taking over. Get out. Because you say dumb things, Jim. That's why. I'm responding to the last thing before Elfie deleted it. Hey, that's funny. I read that as Strapping Young Diamond. Maybe I just want to see Strapping Young Lad come back, but they never will. Sad face. Okay, so we've got a squad heading out to go raid Portal Den again, which means we may have more outsiders showing up. There's a big difference between, also just for clarity's sake here, because it was said in the YouTube chat, big difference between being offended by something somebody says and calling somebody out and pointing something out that something somebody said was dumb. And our friend there was just constantly saying things about Dwarf Fortress development that just really makes them look dumb. And it's okay to be dumb. But acknowledge, if you're just going to openly say dumb things constantly, if somebody calls you dumb, accusing them of being offended just makes you look even dumber. That's really all it does. Shouldn't have divvied that dude up. It's fine. There's more dwarfs like that where that came from. I say dumb shit all the time. And that's okay. Okay, let's just melt all this stuff. People really need to learn what offended actually means. Offended doesn't mean doesn't agree with you, which is what some people seem to think it means. Moldath Lash Perplex has been elected to the position of mayor of the Vigorous Cloister. I didn't even know you could get notifications like that. Which one's the Vigorous Cloister? Okay. Okay. Huh. Sorry, I've had a couple moments in this fort now where I'm just like, I'm sorry, what? Doesn't matter how long you play this game. Somebody already gutted all the UA's computers. Somebody else has the same hobby as you, I think. Okay, so this isn't filling. So the vigor, so I sent this dwarf out, and they got elected mayor of a place, and I'm not actually sure where they went, but good for them for getting elected mayor. Okay, those are all those goblins. Well, good luck to them. It's cool staying up to date with your counties. Yeah, but like, I've never seen a notification of somebody that I expelled getting elected as a position of something. What is happening? Oh, everybody's just constructing building, right? Okay, let's get you filling a little bit. Let's also turn the power on. I'm also seeing beak dogs around, which that won't do. Time to make beak dog burgers. Okay, now I need to deconstruct this, and deconstruct this, and then put doors in here. Although I think I'm just going to leave doors here so I don't need to like constantly deconstruct and reconstruct these. That, or I could do this an even easier way, actually. Let's cancel this. Also cancel the pulling of this lever. Just pause that. Instead, I'm just going to put a... What are you connected to exactly? Is that bridge? I'm just going to put a second lever right next to this. And this is just going to be connected to this drawbridge and this drawbridge. Which will, you know, make my life a lot easier here, actually. Some of these places in game. Yeah, I wish there was like a list of owned locations in one of these buttons. Like if I could just like have a button that just says, these are the places that are under your control currently. And it would just highlight them, jump between them. That'd be great, because like we can do that with artifacts right now. Last time you tried to make underground forest and oasis and you ended up flooding the whole fortress? Yeah, it sounds like normal dwarf fortress antics. Holdings button seems like a feature suggestion. Really does. Like a feasible one, too. Not even like a particularly complicated feature suggestion. Okay, you. Gonna go link a building to trigger. Why is there a mechanism all the way back there? Yeah, and then your holdings are pink, which are almost the same colors as your enemies. And then I click on them and try and raid them, and it's like, oh, wait, never mind, that's one of mine. Shit. But I want a menu just to be able to scan between them, because currently they are pink, but I'm sure actually you could probably mod that pretty easily. I don't know what sprite in the game sprite sheets that is specifically, but I'm sure it exists. In my experience, you can just like edit a sprite and it will show up in game as the edited sprite. Maybe blue would be better? Isn't there already a blue icon? Hold on, let me double check. Cause like, cause yellow's you. Blue is your holdings. So, also, it almost looks like my home faction is killing these goblins. Something's killing those goblins. Also, speaking of, my dwarves have returned. Remember the first time I found this reports button, my brain already melted? Because I was just like, wow, you can see where they go and find out what happened? Oh my god. The Iron of Power attacked the West Ticks at the Deceiver of Depressions at Portal Den, the Dwarf Alien Slayer. Haim Moisen, I never read his last name out loud, and now I did, and I hate it. Led the attack, and the defenders were led by the human Ikod Blushin. The Dwarf Alien Slayer outmatched the human with a cunning plan, but the attackers had a strong positional advantage in Portal Den. The Ivory Priest, led by the Dwarf Alien Slayer, clashed with 17 dwarves in Portal Den, slaying 9. They slayed 9 of 10 dwarves. The dwarf Onal's front lower tooth was broken, and then Onal boot calmed was struck down. There's elves there too, who's getting beaten up pretty bad. The elf Stozu seems to have been struck down by Alien Slayer. Mato was struck down by Wizard Birdman. The dwarf Travanoid the second was struck down, excuse me? The dwarf Travanoid the second was struck down by one of my dwarves. How did you get there? I'm pretty sure that dwarf was in, Fire Orb. If you ever visit a Dwarven Fortress in Adventure Mode, your brain will melt a little bit if you think that's interesting. Deadly Jive. Dwarven Fortresses, like, in the overworld, are some of the most diverse areas in the game. Full of, like, every single, like, different group of characters. Everything from, like, Gorlax, humans, goblins, dwarves, gremlins, just running around. Was kidnapped, perhaps? Well, I mean, this is a Dwarven Fortress, or was a Dwarven Fortress that we're attacking, right? It's just notable because it's one of my dwarves. The Ivory Priest, led by Alien Slayer, clashed with 541 goblins. Well, we found out who took over the location. Holy crap. It's just interesting because it was one of my dwarves. One of my previous dwarves. I just killed one of my own previous dwarves. Anyway, this time we're gonna go pillage them, and I'm sending 2 squads. Sending out the Bloody Tusks. Did you lose your name? Well, anyway, good luck. Sending out my 2 squads. Alien Slayer heading straight back out. Carrying his pants. Her pants. Okay, so this right here, still waiting. We're going to keep following Urib. I mean, they just happen to have a leader in front of that, in charge of their military. Just because it's the first person that's leading the defense doesn't mean it's their leader. In fact, it's rarely their leader. It's their general or person in charge of squads, basically, like the militia commander. And besides, humans are evil. Of course they'd get along well with the goblins. Your dwarves have to brew plants you gather until you move underground. You camping right now? I kept the Fortress Spirit Home alive with nothing but gather zones for a very long... Why is there dead spiders everywhere? Did somebody let a cat in the fortress? I disapprove of this. Something is killing my spiders and I hate it. The goblins have a clown leader? So there's only one clown leader for the goblins, and also demon leaders or whatever. There's only one, right? And it's the one in the Dark Goblin Fortress, and they can die. So they don't necessarily still have a clown leader. They'll only be in their founding Dark Fortress, not in a fortress that they took over. This is a Dwarven fortress that was taken over by goblins, meaning their founding leader probably wouldn't be there anyway, even if he was still alive. Had a character who also gave themselves a title upon killing a historical figure. There you go. I just wish that you had a compass if you were ordinary. Makes finding things difficult. Kind of annoying. Makes traversal, like, unnecessarily tricky. But yeah, there's a lot of, like, really... To me, I think the best part about adventure mode is it makes the rest of Dwarf Fortress retroactively more interesting, because it forces you to acknowledge mechanics that you would otherwise never even encounter. Guys, want to know something crazy? This is just a crazy stat to me. So... the video about Godly Tombs has 4,170 likes and 794 comments, right? With 61,000 views. My most viewed video has 382,612 views, right? 421 comments, but almost twice the likes, which makes sense, right? Because it's got close to 400,000 views now. But every other video beneath that has over 100,000 views has less likes and less comments than Godly Tombs. Like nothing, that literally, it is my second most liked video. Which is kind of bonkers to me. More like godly stats? I mean, sure. I'm glad you liked it, Deadly Drive. That's interesting. Why do they keep getting stuck? And also... Huh. Well, that's probably not a bad thing. Let's just open this. Blog writing working? The blog writing is doing exactly what I needed it to do. It's just a very, very, very small portion of my audience that cares about it, that will ever even notice it, and that's all it needs to do. Oh, I see why they're not working. It's because there's minecarts in the middle here that are constantly getting smacked. That's actually kind of funny. It's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just kind of funny. Which means that might not be a bad idea for me to fix that. Power those up. Because that wouldn't be hard to do. But do I want to? Just looking for mist. You were honestly impressed with the craziness of Godly Tombs Embark. In your many years, you've never seen anything close to that level of madness. Yep, that's why I had to make a fort on it. I think those Peregrine Falcons are killing the... I think the Peregrine Falcons are what's killing the spiders in the basement. All right, it's official. I've spent too much time working on this dumb side project. I should have just built lava forges. Or not lava forges. What's it called? Just a more normal setup, I guess. Because it was working. Temporarily. I'm getting no mist whatsoever. Almost looked like I saw some for a second there. Waiting for little orange cubes. I mean, I could very easily make a dwarven shotgun. Especially if the goblins just, like, refuse to keep attacking me. Just kind of bewildered that it doesn't work more than anything. Soccer team is playing in 5 minutes, so you gotta go. Thanks for... Well, cheers, dude. Enjoy the football. Also, it appears that my military is returning. Let's see how this went. We went off to go pillage Portal Den. The Deceiver of Depressions at Portal Den. The dwarf Moma's Dorsey led the attack, and the defenders were led by the goblin Stosta Bitten Monsters. The dwarf Moma's Dorsey outmatched the goblin with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. The human Rigoth's right foot was smashed. A human was struck down. Goblin was struck down by a dwarf. I'm not even bringing my dragons this time. Dwarf Kubok was struck down by our leader. The Bloody Tusks, poorly led by the dwarf Moma's Dorsey, clashed with 531 goblins, slaying 10. The Ivory Priest, led by the dwarf Alien Slayer, clashed with 8 dwarves in Portal Den, slaying them. The dwarf Moma's Dorsey was used good tactics, but the defenders had a strong positional advantage in Portal Den. The Bloody Tusks, led by the dwarf Momas, clashed with 512 goblins in Portal Den, slaying 12. Ably led once again, slaying 12. The forces shifted, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage in Portal Den, and the Bloody Tusks clashed with 488 goblins in Portal Den, slaying 6. And then they slayed 6 more. And that's 12 more. So we could defeat Portal Den. We could just keep smacking into them. Because they only have, like, 500 goblins left. Because I would stab 500 goblins. And then I'd stab 500 more. Just to be the dwarf who stabbed up 1,000 goblins to come over and knock on your door. Anyway. I don't know where I'm going with this. How are you doing here? 2 notable kills, 7 others. Excellent. Wants to be creative, be with friends, pray to their deity. Well, you're a heretic, so I can't help you there, Dwarf. It's a shame, I know, but get back out there. And go pillage him. Do it again. Get back to it. Ranger Rick, the Holy Whip, is stumbling around obliviously. Really? Well, that's a shame. My dragons are killing muskoxes. I love that I somehow just, like, have no empty food storage items ever. Well, not somehow, but I just straight up don't. Rock pot. Let's make 80 rock pots. Well, he's nice. It's everywhere. Nikola Tesla sharing rumors. Bloody Tusks have returned and are about to leave again. That is a lot of random crap. A lot of dead spiders in this stockpile. Yeah, I don't think this is going to work. Bit of a shame. So we could go to plan B. What do you think, chat? Shall we go to plan B? Plan B is not make a dwarven shotgun. Plan B is try a different pattern, which just requires deconstructing a bunch of the underground stuff. And also closing this drawbridge. And unforbidding a bunch of things. You know, I wonder what happens if you melt a iron minecart that is full of lava. Now I'm curious. It's probably a bad thing to be curious about, but... Plan Z? That's a very different kind of plan. I think that would be Raid the Necromancer, right? Here come the dwarves to pump. Oops, that's not what I needed. This is the tool I needed. Also need a bunch more miners, it turns out. I guess they're all just that busy. Planting seeds, even. There we go. We're all gonna go remove these constructions now, which is what we need. What's the best way to get dragons to show up in a fort? You go steal them from the goblins. Find a goblin fortress, train up a squad a whole bunch, and set it to raid and set it to only steal livestock. I'm not using Arch Linux, Mark. All right. So we'll just pump all of this out. Once this is pumped out, which is really fun because it melts the snow above. And then all the snow as it flows down. Once all that's done, I'm going to just build floors here, and we're just going to make a on-layer zone right here that just spins to try and create lava mist. We'll go that route, see if I can get them going fast enough. Make it do like a snake pattern, kind of back and forth. But, chat room, I've got a really bad caffeine headache, and it's been a really long day. But here, I'll show you the area that I got my cave dragons from. This is the fortress I got my cave dragons from, this place. Seduce Deep, Goblin Dark Fortress. Find a dark fortress and train up a squad real good so that they can sneak in and sneak out of a lot of other locations pretty consistently. I think I will wait for these squads to come back, and then we're probably going to wind down. Haven't made as much progress today as I would want, though, which kind of sucks. But it is what it is. Did have some exciting things happen. Specifically in the, like, you know, holy fuck, where'd you come from department. All the heat and cool systems working. Yeah, that's one of my favorite systems in Dwarf Fort, too. Oh my god. Should just queue up some bone crafts. Let's just do 100, because apparently I've got a shit ton of bones just everywhere. Yeah. I had no idea. I had so many dead muskoxes. What? How do you not have access to that? Was I one layer too high? I guess I was. So once those two are in, then I can connect this lever to this and cave the whole thing in. Decorate with bone. Yeah, there you go. I like bone crafts, though. Gives dwarves something to equip. You have not yet managed to successfully weaponize ice. I feel like it would need... I feel like the only way to really weaponize ice would probably be closer to, like... weaponizing obsidian. Would be more what you'd have to do. Yes, Bulldog. What about catapults? Oh, I'm weaponizing ice? I mean, that would be very ineffective, because that would just be catapults, and catapults are very ineffective. All right, everybody. I think it's time to say goodbye to this goblin. Our first sacrifice to our great god, the Volcano. Brought up here by the outsider Shinobi. From a previous fortress. Now we just need a dwarf to deconstruct this. Who's coming up right now? He's kind of got some of the old cavey sickness. Because a giant. Now we're just waiting for a dwarf to do the honors. I'm gonna try that on the next glacier. There you go. That could do something. What? Were you not connected? Oh, wow. They didn't connect it. You had one job. It was very simple. Finish connecting it to the trigger. What the hell? Why you go do that? Game, you cheated me. I had faith. I was expecting fireworks, and you gave me a womp womp. The hell? Okay, well, soon I will drop the heretic into the lava for the crime of attempting to steal our great children. God damn. Sheesh. I could have checked, to be fair, and I certainly didn't. I think I should build a faster way to get up to the top of the volcano. I still also need to make a better hospital. I've said that like 1,000 times now. But this is becoming one of those elaborate long-term forts that's going to be, you know... Oh, shit! They got back again. So they win. It's probably still just fighting with those hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of goblins, right? Dwarf Dorsey led the attack. A human named Ipan led the defense. My dwarf is finally starting to learn how to fight things, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. The Ivory Priest, ably led by the Dwarf Alien Slayer, clashed with 533 goblins, and slayed 9. And the numbers go down. Seems like. Killed an elf. Killed a goblin. Dulkin killed a goblin. A human was slain by Ipan. The human Ipan was slain by Moma's Dorsey. And now we're slaying 12, slaying 8, slaying 6. Clashed with 429 goblins in Portal Den, slaying 4. Your kill count grows. I'm curious to see what your kill count's at, actually. You have 13 other kills, as well as 2 notable. The other dwarf over here has 2 notable kills and 6 other. Pretty happy dwarves, generally, too. Some of them are even focused. Save the game? We'll be doing that in a second. There it is. Bonesaw over here is linking the building to trigger. This is Goretusk. The name of the fort is right here. It's right here. You can always check yourself, if you can squint. Maybe if you're on mobile, it might be hard to see. I don't know. Exhilarated getting into an argument. You seem like a fun person. I'm kind of amazed these goblins haven't invaded me, chat. And, like, actually tried to attack me. Instead of just, like, showing up and then immediately leaving, which is all they ever tend to do. Okay, so now we're waiting for a dwarf to come and pull the lever. There is, in fact, a dwarf coming to pull the lever. I will follow this. Now, hopefully we don't get disappointed this time. I mean, obviously they gotta leave a sock. They gotta leave their mark on it. It's the most dwarfy thing that you could do. Hello, Fairfolk. How you doing, Paxmac? Chat, can I get a round of beers for this goblin getting sacrificed? Not only are we sacrificing a goblin, They are the holy incense of their local religion called the True Religion. So, sorry. Ildari, one of our rescued prisoners, in fact, did the honors. And the best part is cages protect the occupants from the outside elements, meaning this goblin... Oh, never mind, did in fact melt. I was going to say, and it means this goblin will survive. No, he definitely didn't. Hey, look. Thanks for scouting out the Magma Sea for us there, dude. Ah. So, you guys want to know something kind of cool? See this? This is the adamantine spire, right? Or the fun tube. It goes all the way up to about here. I'm pretty damn sure. Well, consider that foreshadowing. This has been a fun port chat and a fun day. We're now saving the game for you there, Darius. I streamed for almost 9 hours, 8 hours and 45 minutes. My eyes hurt and my head hurts. Fortunately, my wrist doesn't hurt anymore, unlike yesterday, so that's good. This is what happens when I don't drink coffee. We're trying to, detox a little bit from all of the substances that my body is used to taking on a daily basis. So, what I have to say is, hey, YouTube chat. I'm shutting you guys down now. If you guys want to come raid with us and discover a new Dwarf Fortress streamer or somebody else, I don't know actually if anybody else is streaming Dwarf right now. Just pop over to the Twitch side of things. Otherwise, I will be on again tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific on Twitch and 10 a.m. Pacific on YouTube. VODs for this Fortress have started going up on the Extras channel. So if you go over to the Extras channel, you can find the very beginnings of it. And I'm going to go to my garden and pick a bunch of beets probably. So, gonna have to bring my beat box with me.